Well, good morning, councillors. We will kick off the Planning and Development Committee for June, and welcome to you all. The first item of business is to actually appoint a chair for this committee, given that we do have an apology or an absence from the advertised chair, which was Councillor Gary Gardner, and we can work through that after we've done the appointment of the chair. So, therefore, I call for nominations for the position of Chair of the Planning and Development Committee. Councillor Edwina.
Chair, I would like to nominate Councillor Manteuffel.
Okay, Councillor Manteuffel. Someone a second? Second by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. I'll hand over to you, Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, colleagues, for putting the trust in me for chairing this committee meeting of the Planning and Development Committee. I would like to start off by doing an acknowledgement to country, that we acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines transverse these lands we meet on today. The Western Waka Waka peoples, the Gibel peoples and the Jarawar peoples, and pay their respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. With the attendances, there are two people who aren't with us today, which is Councillor Bill Cale and Councillor Gary Gardner. Also, any prescribed declarations or declarables for this committee meeting? There are none? Okay. So I'll hand over to Dave, who's the acting GM for Planning and Development at the moment, and he will run through the report.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Good morning, councillors. This report is in relation to the regional development statistics as at the end of April 25. The reporting cycle means that we are in early June now. It takes that time to get the material together. I understand, I haven't been involved in P&D for some years, acting in the current GM role. I understand that we take this report as read, but I will go through the executive summary to just make a few points. The future lots in the pipeline is looking quite promising. It has lifted a little, and there's some 500 of these lots that are now making application for plan sealing. This is important because it means that the operational works essentially are complete and those lots will soon be coming to market. The new dwelling numbers are down in terms of building approvals, down to 19, which is the lowest since February, but at this time of the year, we typically see that that number fall away. These figures are raw. We do not seasonally adjust them or anything, but it is safe to say that this occurs around this time each year. Final certificates of occupancy are relatively steady. Plumbing and drainage has seen a little bit of a fall in the number of applications, but the throughput remains consistently high, showing that we're processing those applications quite efficiently. The total value of building approvals is interesting. There's been quite a decline in those numbers there, as you'll see. The only other point I'd like to make is that since January we changed the bar, if you like, for people being able to get a pre-lodgement meeting. Prior to that we had certain measures of complexity before you could get a pre-lodgement meeting. What we've seen, as you can see there on section 3.2, quite a surge in the number of pre-lodgements applications. This is, there's a view from officers that this is quite a positive thing because it can reduce the amount of time to process an application if the applicant is more well informed. The pre-lodgement advice provides material in relation to the application, and it's a service that seems to be well appreciated by our clients. With that, Mr Chair, I might hand over for any questions.
Are there any questions from the floor? Councillor Tim McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, David, to you and your team. I had flagged 3.2 as a question that you've just preempted with your info, but if you look at the actual meetings held statistic, so we're actually having between 3 and 13 pre-lodgement meetings a month from the lighter blue graph. What does the current one mean? Is that current inquiries? Or, what's the difference between... My question was going to be, the meetings held are not as high as the applications coming in, so are we making best use of that? Your kind of commentary says it was a positive thing that so many coming through. So could you just perhaps explain the two blue colour ones?
Certainly, through you, Councillor Manteuffel, it's important to understand that these applications are unlike many development applications. There is no fee, and because we've lowered the bar, if you like, in terms of complexity, we're getting more people making inquiry. What often happens is the inquiry might be quite simple, such as what is the fee, what is the zoning, what are the expectations. As officers book in the meeting or seek to book in the meeting, there's often some interaction with the client. Sometimes they're happy with an email or even just the phone call, and then they withdraw the need for the meeting. So what we're seeing is those applications which were for simpler things are often being dealt with without the formality of the meeting, but rather some relatively or comparatively simple information. And we would suggest that this is a good thing.
Thanks very much for your answer and for the clarification. Can I propose that pre-lodgement meetings and advice given is a very good thing that this council offers as a free service, and encourage the community to continue taking up that opportunity. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, David.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Any further questions from the floor? Councillor Kerry-Shine.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Thanks, David, for your report. Just on 3.2, I did give you notice of a question which has perhaps been covered by the last answer, but the question was that the request for pre-lodgement advice, I note that there was a large level of current requests, which you acknowledge as being promising, but also a very large increase in withdrawals. Any comments about that aspect as well?
Certainly, Councillor Shine. I think it's important to understand that when we see the withdrawn classification here, it's very different from the classic development application being withdrawn. It's not indicative, I suppose, of a developer potentially withdrawing an application and choosing not to proceed with the development, but rather they've received advice. Having looked at a few of these, they've received advice and withdrawn the request for the meeting. You'll see there in April, there's one that was actually cancelled. Now, we looked at that. That's somebody who I would suggest may have put their foot on a lot and wanted some advice, but then chose not to purchase the lot, so therefore didn't want the pre-lodgement. Those others that are withdrawn, they've withdrawn the request for the meeting. We might look at the classification, the way we're expressing that, to just provide a bit more clarity. But in the main, those people have received the advice and withdrawn their requirement for the meeting, yes.
Do you see any significance at all at the contrast between April and March there? March has a greater number of lodgement advice sessions, but fewer withdrawals. It's sort of marches in proportion, really, to the rest of the months that I mentioned there, whereas April seems to be out on its own a bit. Nothing significant in that, or just
I would suggest that it would be unwise to draw any sort of conclusion or trend from just 1 month to the next. We'd want to look at a longer time frame than that. There's a certain amount of variation in applications from month to month. My reading of that is that in March there, we may have dealt with a range of applications. There were larger numbers on the books in March, and we probably dealt with them by telephone and email, and therefore that resulted in that service and those people withdrawing those applications. I don't think I would draw any stronger conclusion as to what it might mean in terms of broader development, energy, or such.
No, thank you. Just if I could refer you to the executive summary and note that the new dwellings via building approvals are down to 19 from 126, and no units feature at all. Is this, in your view, seasonal? Because last year it was about the same in April, or are we out of step with other LGAs in the South East Queensland area?
My understanding is it is a seasonal issue. We see this general trend. I've also heard anecdotally that we have a trend where in Toowoomba less houses are sold during the winter months, and it sort of rebounds across spring and summer. So there would seem to be some seasonal variation to this. However, council itself doesn't actually control this approach. After all, this is the response of the private sector, and that can be influenced by many things: speculation in relation to interest rates, even international uncertainty. I think the approach for council is to provide the very best service in relation to assessing development, and the private sector and individuals make their choice to build and construct homes.
Thank you. Could I just refer you to item 5.2? You'll note that the building approvals by value are almost disastrous, really. Is there anything we can do about that, or is that beyond the control of council, beyond the control of the planning department?
Yes, as I said before, it's actually the private sector that primarily builds most of the infrastructure in our towns and cities. This is, I would suggest, a response to broader economic considerations. Of course, it's important to understand that building approvals by value doesn't mean what's actually being spent there today. If I was to look at the graph in 5.2, you can see that there are substantial values of building approvals, particularly towards the latter part of last year. This would be, of course, perhaps dominated by the hospital construction and other such things. So even though the approvals may vary, there may be a far more consistent, if you like, expenditure and activity in the built environment. But yes, once again, it does seem like a small trend downward, but seasonally adjusted, if I can use that term. I wouldn't draw too much conclusion at this very point. Short-term forecasting, I think, would be, if you get it right, you're probably just lucky. I think looking at the longer-term trends, if we look over the last couple of years there, you can see that there is a relatively well-balanced approach there, save for the latter part of last year, which is probably influenced heavily by that hospital construction.
I see. Yeah. Just referring to the economic incentive policy section of the report, and refer you to specifically to policy 2.80. the temporary economic development incentives for non-residential development. There are two mentioned there. Can you describe what type of industry are the subject of the applications there, if you have that information?
Councillor Shine, I'll just pass to the Acting Manager Planning. I think he's better equipped to answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Shine. So I can talk to you about those two material change of use applications or approvals that received an incentive under the policy 2.80. The first of them is MCUC 2023-405 at McDougall Street, Wilsonton. That is a development application or a development approval now for a 3,181 square metre industrial building for steel fabrication and framing. It has some ancillary works associated with it, and it was approved and then subject to an application for the incentive policy, which was approved. The second of those is MCUC 2021-4435 at 378 to 380 Anzac Avenue, Drayton. That was a two-tenancy medium impact industry development, which sought to retain the existing houses as caretakers. It has a gross floor area of 746 square metres, with a workshop and ancillary offices and staff amenities. Now, that was described in the application material as one tenancy for a stonemason and one speculative tenancy for a future use or a future operator to be determined.
Okay, no, thank you. Likewise, in this area, if we go to 2.84, that's policy 2.84, temporary economic development incentives for medium density residential development. Question is, what constitutes multiple dwellings in this application and why impact? Why is it impact?
Thank you, Councillor. So this application or approval again, reference number MCUC 2024-3625 at 535 to 539 South Street, Glenvale. That was approved by Council. It was subject to an application under policy 2.84 for incentives, which was approved. The application was a combined application for 13 three-bedroom units and healthcare services. It was following another approval over the site, so it was a stage. It's also it is approved in stages. The units are on Lot 2B, approved under a previous pre-lodgement. Approved under a previous reconfiguring a lot, and 1.2 healthcare services, 7 full-time equivalent health practitioners on proposed lot 2C, approved previously under a reconfiguring a lot. That was categorised as impact accessible due to the description of the use in that particular zone. So when an application is a combined application, the application is categorised at the highest level of assessment for the particular use in the application, and for this one, healthcare services.
So I probably didn't quite catch the beginning of your explanation in terms of what constitutes multiple dwellings. Is it the units and the healthcare service, or is it something else?
So multiple dwelling is a defined use in the planning scheme and the planning regulation. So there is an approval here for 2 different uses under the planning scheme on the same site, different parts of the same site. Yeah. One of those uses comprises 13 dwellings, and the other is the healthcare services.
So it's multiple dwellings comprising. Yeah, okay.
Yes, yeah, 2 uses approved in the same application. So
I thought it might have been 3 different things, but that's fine. And finally, if we go to 7.3, the state facilitated development, I presume it's the one in Station Street, and I presume that's the Brisbane Housing company development?
That's correct, councillor.
Okay. Are there any council issues outstanding with respect to that? Anything that council has to approve or is considering which might affect its progress of that project?
Thank you, councillor, for the question. So the Station Street development is a state facilitated development. So state government undertook the assessment under their processes. They sought feedback from council in that assessment process. So council was given the opportunity to provide comments, which we obviously did. And state government took those comments into consideration in their decision and their conditions that they ultimately imposed. The state government approved the development in February, just gone. I've had a look through the conditions that state government has imposed. There will be further interaction with council as this development progresses through its detailed design and construction phases. I could point out to you some of the conditions that state government has imposed. One of them is for the proponent to prepare a detailed landscape plan and give that to council and give certification to council when the landscaping is concluded at the end of the project. Another one is for preparation of streetscape works plans. So that's going to look at things like changes in grades, changes in levels to demonstrate that people can get into and out of the site conveniently and safely from the footpath. They're also looking for the locations of pits and pipes to ensure that there's no conflicts and any conflicts are identified early and managed appropriately. There's a requirement from state government for the proponent to prepare a construction management plan and give that to council. There is a water supply analysis report conditioned to be provided to council for consideration with a development of 75 units with a relatively tall built form. Council and certainly state government would need to be satisfied that water pressure is suitable for this development. That would be at the proponent's responsibility to demonstrate. The proponent needs to prepare and submit a refuse collection plan to demonstrate that council service can collect the rubbish safely and effectively. The proponent is to submit to council a site suitability statement in relation to land contamination, which I understand wasn't resolved through the state assessment. And the proponent is to submit to council a noise attenuation plan for the mechanical plant to demonstrate that air conditioning plant and equipment is not going to create noise nuisance.
No, it's quite a considerable list there, but notwithstanding that, and bearing in mind successful recent completions of high-rise residential accommodation in Snell Street and Mill Street, would you anticipate that this project can proceed as expeditiously as those have done?
Thank you, councillor. I would suggest that state government has assessed this application and imposed conditions that they think are relevant, and the proponent has considered those conditions and is using those to inform its ultimate construction timeframe. There is nothing particularly onerous, to my mind, looking at state government's conditions, which we would expect for a development that has been prioritised by state government through their state facilitated development process.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. And thank you for the wrap-up, Chris. Acting GM Dave, how are we really tracking with our goals that have been sort of imposed by state government, their models, their ideals of how many houses should be built over XYZ months, years, decade? How are we tracking? How are we comparing to other LGAs? Are they showing the similar trends? Do you know?
Certainly, the comments I made before, Mr. Chair, as much as we can plan for these, and we've been given growth targets from the state, and as much as we can plan and accommodate for that, of course, council doesn't actually build subdivisions nor build dwellings ourselves. Ultimately, the private sector has to undertake that work. The best we can do, I think, is to provide the most efficient assessment service and plan for the necessary development space within our infrastructure provision, which I believe we are doing. True, those dwelling approvals, you would look at the stats and say they've fallen off at this point, but there are substantial lots within the pipeline. Anecdotally, we believe that those lots being brought to market are, I've heard, have more or less been pre-sold. So that would give us some reason for confidence. But once again, the actual construction of dwellings, the construction of subdivisions, is done by the private sector in response to many factors that they might consider.
Thanks. Any further questions from the floor? So would somebody like to move that? Moved by Councillor Tim McMahon, second by Councillor Edwina Farquhar. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much, and we will conclude this meeting and we'll move on to the next committee meeting very shortly. Thank you for attendance and thanks for all those watching online.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Water and Waste Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. The meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council's social media channels. Could I remind councillors to click Join Meeting on Broad View. The attendance, including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest, we will deal with. There are nil apologies. Excuse me. I note the leave of absence for Councillor Gary Gardner and no resolution is required. I note the leave of absence for Councillor Bill Carl and no resolution is required there. Where I'm advised that there are no declarations of prescribed conflicts of interest nor declarations of declarable conflicts of interests. The item on the agenda is, the first item on the agenda is the Emu Creek Dam pre-feasibility investigation report. And could I pass over to the General Manager, who I acknowledge being here, as well as, of course, the interim CEO, and the General Manager will introduce the presenters of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, councillors. I'll hand very quickly over to Toby Milliken, who's the author of this report, to go through the Emu Creek Dam pre-feasibility investigation. I'll also have Yvonne Blanco, who's the Manager of Strategic planning and capital delivery for water here as well. So if there's any questions, go forward, Toby.
Yes, thank you, Jake. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. So Council at its ordinary meeting of the 16th of January 2024 resolved that a pre-feasibility study be undertaken for a new Emu Creek Dam. Consultants and Jenny were engaged in December 2024 with this report prepared to present the findings of the investigation. The pre-feasibility study has found that the nominal site location and surrounding area appears to be suitable for a dam based on a desktop assessment of the regional founding conditions. Modelling of the catchment found that the available historical no-failure yield of 7.4 gigalitres is approximately half of what was identified when the dam site was first identified in a 1996 study. The infrastructure required includes a new dam, 3 pump stations, 2 reservoirs, and approximately 45 kilometres of trunk raw water pipeline at an estimated cost of $1.225 billion. Consultation with the state has shown that there are no unallocated water entitlements within the Moreton catchment area. In addition, a dam on Emu Creek would reduce water availability at Wivenhoe Dam. Overall, this option performs poorly compared to other options identified in Water Vision 2071, and as such, the report has recommended that Council does not pursue this option further. In addition, NGENI were engaged to investigate a water supply scheme from the proposed Nathan Dam, which is located on the Dawson River near Toowoomba, as an alternative to Emu Creek Dam. The cost of this pipeline, or the pipeline only, from Nathan Dam to Toowoomba has been estimated at $750 million, excluding the cost of the construction of the dam. Although the option has been considered to be not financially viable for Council, the potential benefits for the broader region when considering a raw water supply to support the Western and Southern Downs, TRC and South East Queensland. The report has recommended that Council should consider engaging with the state government to advocate for a comprehensive investigation to be undertaken for this regional supply approach. So the recommendations contained in this report are that 1, Council note the findings of the Emu Creek Dam pre-feasibility study and that the recommendations of the report be incorporated into Water Vision 2076. And 2, that Council endorse the findings of the Nathan Dam pre-feasibility memo and formally advocate for the state government in support of a comprehensive investigation and feasibility of a regional water supply scheme for the proposed Nathan Dam. I'll take the rest of the report as read and happy to take any questions.
No, thank you for that. We might deal with one at a time. First, the Emu Creek Dam pre-feasibility study issue. Councillor McMahon.
Oh, Chair, thank you. Good morning, Jake, to you and your team. Thank you for this report. Look, my question was very minor. When I read the report a few times, about 3 or 4 actually, you're trying to look for the link and it says error not found. It's just a formatting issue, probably good to tidy that up. I found the section I was looking for through the contents page, no big deal, but to let you know that comes several times in the report. Chair, you said we were going to do the 2 options individually.
There are two aspects to it. The first is the Emu Creek and the second is the Nathan Dam. So they're separate. In my view, they're separate, but in the hands of the...
Well, look, Chair, I was going to propose I would move the officer's recommendation for both. If you'd like to separate them individually, I'm very happy to do that. Happy for there to be questions, and I know there'll be debate, but Chair, I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation.
No, thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Trevor.
Thank you, Chair. With part 1, note the findings of the Emu Creek Dam feasibility study. Am I reading it wrong, but could we put not pursue in there, or is that covered in the report itself of not to pursue?
Councillors, it's up to you, but the report is essentially indicating that that Emu Creek is not a favourable option at this time. The future is always uncertain, but there are some challenges, and those challenges at this point in time are probably too great for this council to overcome. If there is a will from the chamber to look to a dam, for future water supply, the preference is to petition or at least work with the state government on Nathan Dam rather than sort of petitioning the state to look at Emu Creek. It is suboptimal in comparison to other options, and that's essentially what the report indicates. So by noting the report, you're agreeing with the outcomes of that report, but it's up to council if they wish to add further strength to that recommendation.
Thanks. With Nathan Dam, I believe that's been on the discussion list for about 100 years. I think at some stage a state government's got to be proactive and finally do something. And with all this dam restructuring, our dam plus another 12 or 13 across the state, if the government decided not to go ahead with all those dams and put their effort and money into building Nathan Dam, that's going to give so much more water to southeast Queensland, a growth area of Queensland. That would be I'd advocate for that to happen, but whether it will, I don't know. But definitely there's no dams being built, and we need a dam to be built. Otherwise, driest country on earth, we're all going to be on minimal water restrictions. But I would be happy to put a not pursue into clause 1 there.
Interim CEO.
Councillor Trevor, yes, I note that perhaps for clarity that we put something in terms of including after the findings of the feasibility study, including that the dam not be pursued further, or some such language that you might want to suggest. So not exhaustively, because there are multiple findings in the report, but equally I concur that the recommendation would stand alone better, that you don't need to read the report in the future to find out that it's not pursued.
Yeah, thank you.
So perhaps the General Manager and staff might want to just clarify an insertion that we can put in.
Whilst that's being done, I apologise, Deputy Mayor, I overlooked you before.
If I may, before the Deputy Mayor commences, I might provide some alternate wording, and I wish I could take the credit for it, but Yvonne is fantastic at this. The recommendation number 1 may read that Council note the findings, including not pursuing the Emu Creek Dam and feasibility study 2005. Something along those lines, just so that it is clear that we're not pursuing Emu Creek Dam in accordance with the study. Again, we can keep wordsmithing. I'm looking at seeking some temperature of the room, and I'm feeling a bit cold at the moment, so we might have another go at that while we attempt to work.
We might go to the Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, General Manager Jake, Yvonne and Toby. A question first and then a comment, if I might, Chair. The question is in regard to the Emu Creek Dam part. So perhaps, Toby, I note that we don't have Jenny here, and we're trying to keep those costs down so that they're not here. That's fine. You spelt it out in your little preamble. But so there was the Department of Natural Resources and Water in 1996 did their study. This one that was finished in the last 6 months shows that there's a no failure yield of half of what was originally calculated. So when I go into the attachment 2, which is the pre-feasibility investigation report into Emu Creek Dam. And Toby, I'm just wondering if you can talk us through a little bit about how that massive difference in numbers was arrived at, because it is really considerable. And reading the report, it sort of set out the scope, but I couldn't work out where did those massive variations in numbers actually originate from?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. The state government have what's called an IQQM model. It is an integrated quantity and quality model. It's, I suppose, the standard that's used for the modelling of the yield available from catchments right throughout Queensland. That model is what we've used for the modelling in this circumstance. So that's updated on a periodic basis based on, I suppose, as we keep getting more and more data over time, rainfall data, stream flow data. So what's happened is between 1996 and now, we had the Millennium Drought, which was, I suppose, the longest drought that we have experienced in the history of records, going back to, I think, 1880s. What that's done is that's brought the yield down. So what the historical no-failure yield looks at how much you can sustainably take on a year-by-year basis and not have a dam run dry. So when you get a longer drought, it means you can take less water based on those historical records. So that's what's caused the reduction in the Emu Creek catchment. We've also, I suppose, experienced a similar reduction through our Crestbrook and Perseverance catchments. So if we look back at what the yield was in 1996 for Crestbrook and Perseverance, it was approximately double what the state have advised us based on their modelling the sustainable yield is for that catchment as well. So it, that reduction links up very closely with the other catchments in our area.
And just a follow-up actually after that. So thank you very much, Toby. So with that state modelling then, you mentioned that it's updated regularly to take into account reduced rainfall, and presumably then also does it take into account intense rain events such as we've had in the most recent couple of years? And how often is that modelling updated? Because if we're taking into account the droughts, are we also taking into account the floods?
Yep, thank you, Councillor. So in terms of how often it is updated, I'm not sure the exact time frame. I believe there was an update done in the last sort of 12 to 24 months. So the model is quite recent. In terms of the extreme rainfall events, that is, I suppose, not the critical factor for the historical no-failure yield. It's the length of time that we go without extreme events that dictates how much water we can take from a catchment. So when you do get an extreme rainfall event, I suppose 2011 floods as an example following the Millennium Drought, the results for the yield following that rebounded slightly because that drought has ended, and it ended with a major rainfall event, but it doesn't rebound back to what it was beforehand because that 10-year period of drought is the dictating factor for the yield.
Okay, thank you very much for that explanation. Just a comment then on the second part of the motion, Chair, which is related to Nathan Dam, and how pleased I'm sure particularly our local government neighbours to the west at Western Downs Regional Council will be if this is supported, because they have been very strong advocates in this space, and lending our voice would really strengthen the case for their benefit, for our benefit, for Southern Downs' benefit, and then also importantly for South East Queensland's benefit. So agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Manteufel's comments about the need for us to look at lots of options, because there are huge numbers involved with water infrastructure, dams included, and it doesn't change the fact that we live in what we know to be a really dry part of the world, and we need to plan for dry spells. So thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions at this stage? Okay. The proposed wording is council not pursue any further works associated with Emu Creek Dam. Note the findings of the Emu Creek Dam pre-feasibility study bracket May 2025 bracket, and incorporate these recommendations in the Water Vision 2076. Paragraph end.
If I might, Mr. Chair, I'll just draft that very quickly. I'll pass my iPad over to the team, and Deanne will do a fantastic job at putting it on the screen for everybody. And I hope that gets a warmer response than my previous suggestion. But I'm open to guidance from the chamber.
Excuse me, Chair, just as a matter of course, there was one that was put up there that had far less words than this one, that actually was more succinct, in my opinion. It was probably not detracting from the fine work, Yvonne, that you've done, but there was one there that was pretty straightforward, which was... No, it actually had, including that nothing happens to it. It was if you could go
Undo.
go back,
Yeah, undo.
it would be.
Right.
So where we are at the moment, Councillor McMahon had, I think you had indicated you were moving. Of course, the wording has changed since then. Are you happy to adopt those? Do you have a seconder? Councillor Trevor. Is there a desire? Yeah. Now, it's not just the, as I had said initially, we deal with them one by one, but the desire is to treat them together. And so there's two, 1 and 2 as listed there. That's the will of the mover and the seconder of the motion. Any further discussion? Any desire to go into debate? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The second item is the review of the Millmerran Waste Facility Service levels. And the author here is Natalie Plum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just invite Natalie Plum and Carl Bock. Natalie's the Manager of Waste Services and Carl is the Principal of Waste to introduce the report.
Natalie will do it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Jake. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. In accordance with Council's sustainability commitments, we have been reviewing operational services and activities for opportunities to make improvements and efficiencies so that we're ensuring increases to waste utility charges are minimised. As part of these health check, we have identified an opportunity for immediate and ongoing operational savings, including waste levy savings for waste diverted from landfill, whilst maintaining an equitable level of service across the region. Accordingly, as documented in the report, we're recommending the recommendation that sits before you is that the complementary waste bin service offered for the Millmerran area is to cease, with customers directed to the existing waste Millmerran Waste Facility in line with waste services offered across the region. It is proposed to provide a notification period to the community prior to their removal. And we're happy to take any questions from information provided within the report.
Any questions? Councillor Trevor.
Just a couple questions. Are there any other facilities across the region like this?
So the service offering for bin facilities is unique to the Millmerran area.
And second part, if this goes ahead, you close the dumping sites as they're, I think, called. How will a sign saying closed stop people dumping it there at those facilities as they have for the last goodness knows how many years?
Yeah, so it's the removal of the bins will be complemented with signage and reinstatement of the land to a state that it was prior to the provision of pads and bins at each site.
Thanks.
Councillor Brunner. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jones first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Councillor Trevor probably asked one of the questions I had around its uniqueness. So it's the only one that's over-serviced across any of our other regional areas. Is that correct? So that, just to confirm, it's an over-service as opposed to any other area across our regional areas. Is that correct?
Yeah, so the provision of the bins, I understand, was a transitional process to transition from previous landfill sites to the new service offering that we provide with recovery facilities and then reduced number of landfills across the region.
And can I just, thanks, and just to follow to that, so if this, with this recommendation, where does that leave the council's agreed levels of service that this council voted on how many years ago in terms of what we deliver across, not Millmerran, across the region, a regional wide strategy approach that was adopted by this council?
Yeah, so we've looked at the service level across the region and across our 20-minute catchment, 25-minute catchment and 30-minute catchment service levels, our service level offering is higher than the agreed adopted levels.
If I may, Mr Chair, maybe I think Councillor O'Shea's question was about if this site was to be removed, would we see a change in overall service levels across our entire community? And the answer is no. The average community representative will have the same level of service as they had prior. Just slightly better than what council has agreed to, which is a percentage of the population within 20 minutes and a percentage of the population within 25 minutes and a percentage of the population within 30 minutes.
Councillor Brunner.
Thank you, Chair. So, sorry, Jake, just reinforcing that last question with the service levels. So if we go to remove this, we'll have, I'm just looking here, what percentage of the Millmerran population will be within 20 minutes? I can see our...
Yeah, so the service levels are a region-wide service level. So the service, it's in terms of the population within 20 minutes facilities as a aggregate for the region. So we don't have service levels for each specific sub area within the region.
Okay. So I'm just looking here at our service levels based on a 2051 projected population. Within 20 minutes would be about 98.5%, and that's for our overall, this is page 4. But Millmerran will move to, do we know what? So I'm just using Wailara Grove, for example, where some of these bins are, because Councillor Trevor and I were out there the other day and they were actually asking for us to increase our services because they said the bins are full all the time and they were they would like to see it move from 2 to potentially 3 times a week. So I just want to know if these were removed, those people in those communities, what percentage of those would have access, like time distance, to the Millmerran tip waste facility?
Yeah, so with the removal of the bins, we have provided details in attachment 1 in terms of estimated difference in terms of access to facilities based on the current situation and the proposed situation with the removal of the bins. So looking at the 20-minute to the 30-minute catchment, essentially the greatest difference will be to the 20-minute service catchment, with a minor difference as we get to the 30-minute service catchment.
Okay. And my other question was, will we have a staged approach, phasing out the bins, or will we have a set day?
Yeah, the intention is to have a set day or week in which the bins are removed to ensure that the transition to the change in waste disposal behaviour is to Millmerran Waste Facility, and that we don't lead to a shifting of waste behaviours to bin stations that will effectively be removed in time to come.
Yeah. I guess just a comment, we heard from the community out there that there are people who do abuse these bins, that would prefer to dump sofas, for example, or fridges, and even businesses in town, instead of paying or going into the town waste management, they'll just go out and pop it in the bins out there. So I guess coming back to what Councillor Trevor said, is we need to make sure that, and I don't know how we go about this, that it doesn't just become another dumping zone as well. And do we have a plan for that? How would we stop people continuing those behaviours?
Yeah, so as Carl has mentioned, there'll be some site work, so remediation works on site, so that those hard stands that people normally turn into will be removed and revegetated. There'll also be some works with our Environment Community Services branch around ensuring that illegal dumping does not occur. It is unfortunate that we do see sporadic instances of illegal dumping across our entire region, so it is unfortunate that we have a pre-existing process, but we do have a pre-existing process in order to work through that. We're also hoping to educate the community beforehand. So as Carl said, it will be a week, but it won't be the first they hear about it on Monday, on Friday, those bins are gone. We anticipate, should Council agree with the resolution or recommendation today, that as soon as practicably, as soon as we can get some signs made up in the sign shop, that there'll be signs out there with an end date advising residents, and signage directing them to the Millmerran Waste Facility, so that they can understand and plan their next trip appropriately.
I imagine a lot of the community out there have moved off the grid, and a lot of them would be recycling their own waste as well. So I hope that can continue. Thank you.
Okay, we've got Councillors Tim, Carol and Rebecca. Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions, if I might. I also had the illegal dumping question, and I thank you for answering that. My opinion is, for a business like ours, the cost of cleaning up significant illegal dumping is often more than the cost of putting the measures in place. But I thank you for your answer. I suppose when I'm looking at an issue like this, I look at it through the lens of what I, as a ratepayer, see as appropriate. And where I live in suburbia Toowoomba, like all of you, it takes me 25 minutes to get to my local dump when I need to go, and that's a completely reasonable way to exist for a business like ours. The difference is I have a red and a yellow and a green bin at my home that they're done once a week, and it's probably in the report. You have to forgive me, I couldn't find it. But are all these people in Millmerran where these bin stations, do they all have a bin truck that comes to empty their bins once a week?
In short, there are residents that are within, close location to those services that would be part of our catchment, which means they would receive a bin service, but just as much as there'll be residents that aren't on the JJ Richards route that don't receive a daily bin service, but they are rated and fees are apportioned appropriately in line with that. So if you receive a bin service, you pay a greater fee than those who do not. And that fee is uniform across the entire region. It is not area or location specific. It is consistent to those that if you receive a bin service, you pay an amount. If you don't receive a bin service, you pay a different amount, and it's a considerably lower amount.
Thanks for that. But I suppose our issue in the report is it's a duplication of services, right? You've got the waste management facility in Millmerran, and then you have these bins as well. But perhaps my reading is that if we don't offer a home bin service to all of them, what other option have they got? Like when you got to take the trash out, you've literally got to drive 25 minutes to a tip is the only option they have. So how many people, do you have a number in that category?
Yes, just one moment. So in terms of a change from distance to a facility, we're looking at in the order of 898 people would move from being within 20 minutes as a conservative figure. Within 25 minutes, that lowers to 580 residents. And then within 30 minutes, it lowers to 220 residents. Bearing in mind that you have those numbers when you consider waste is a household based consideration as opposed to a resident based consideration.
Yeah, sure. So that's a pretty common story across Toowoomba region. If you live in the regions and you don't have a home bin service, you just have to drive half an hour max to your local tip once a week or so to...
Some people would drive more than half an hour, so it's not a half an hour max. There are people that live further away, but in general, the vast majority of our population will only have to drive 30 minutes to dispose of their waste.
And there are many that don't have the bin truck come weekly across Toowoomba region.
I count myself as one of those, Councillor Tim. I live on a rural property. I don't have a bin service, and I recycle and dispose of my waste responsibly at the local facility on a regular basis. It's not weekly, but it is at a regular basis. But that said, my facility is still closer than other amenities that I experience. So fuel, groceries, those sort of bits and pieces, it is further for me to get those essentials than it is. And that would be similar for many residents that enjoy the rural lifestyle that our community and our region has to offer.
Thank you for the answer. I just have one more, Chair. Option 3 would be to staff the waste management facility accordingly, because if we're going to take the bins out, we increase the hours there, noting it's like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday morning or afternoon, and then a few hours on the weekend. Can I just have the cost difference between option 2 and option 3? If we were to go to option 3, would it be you might as well leave the bins there, kind of an expense difference?
Essentially, Council, about $15,000 a year difference is what we sort of look at with going to option 3. The concern is though that Millmerran would then we tier our sites across the region, so and that tiering is based on population density around the facility, and Millmerran is currently a tier 3 site. So if we were to increase the opening hours, we would be then again increasing the serviceability of that site comparatively to all other offerings we have across places like Gumbungie and Crow's Nest and other facilities within the region. So we would again be moving to an alternate option or an alternate solution of servicing that is different than the remainder of the region.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thanks for the report. And firstly, I'll say it's very difficult for council. Nobody wants to see services that they have at the moment taken away. But I do need to state, as someone who's been sitting around this table, that Millmerran wasn't the only area that had these bins. Other areas, including my former shire, had these bins. They were outside the travel area that was accepted, and they were taken away a long time ago. And these are the only ones that are left. And I understand nobody wants to have a service taken away. But council has to make some courageous decisions here. And, this is about equity as well. And if you do live in those areas, and like along the escarpment, I would say is very important as well. And those bins were taken away a long time ago. So if you have to travel to go to get your essentials, you use the township where a refuse facility is located. So you can plan, you can have your bins, you can buy them, you can have your bins, and you can take those in, or as I've seen, and we used to do ourselves, as a matter of fact, keep our excess in bags, and when you had time, you went to the facility to put them there. But I mean, the bins that we have, and that has expanded a lot over the years, and perhaps in some years to come, those bins may well go into the area that we're talking about, Warrilla Grove and others, but they are a pay for service, and they've gone up exponentially as well since we've discuss this, and they have the opportunity. It's not like we have that and we get it for nothing. We all pay a uniform service. I think that, whilst I feel very much for anyone who will be losing a service, in the situation we find ourselves at the moment, and we say we're all about equity, well, what about the other people that lost their bins a long time ago? They have to consider their options, and they have to plan for how they're going to get rid of their disposals and things like that. So I think that, look, we can't say that we're going to, cut our cloth to suit what the money that we have if we're not going to be strong in something like this. Support the people out there to do the right thing. Support them in a way that they can understand. But I mean, really, perhaps with some vouchers for the time being or something like that. But I think this is the only area that has these bins. It's a service that's way above what anyone else in other areas, like down towards Leeburn Tip and others there, they're way outside. They have to travel a long way. I think whilst we mightn't like it, I think that we have to understand that if we're going to operate within the funds that we have, then everyone really has to be treated equitably, and we have to support our staff with this, I think. Thank you.
Just before going to other councillors, just on that point, do we have any record as to why the bins were left there in the first place, bearing in mind other bins were removed elsewhere, perhaps at the time of amalgamation or shortly after? Any historical information as to why? For example, because it is a disadvantaged area or some reason like that?
Councillor Shine, not at hand, but we can get that information if it's required. But I suspect that as services were reviewed, as has occurred now for many years, that there would have been options provided to this chamber about certain services, and some options may have been adopted and others may not.
Councillor Rebecca.
My question's been asked and answered. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. May I ask through you, Chair, to Natalie or Jake, there will be no charge to residents to use the Millmerran waste facility below 400 kilograms per, yes, thank you. I'll let you take that.
if I can, I'll attempt
Yes.
to. Natalie will follow me up with any technical errors that I put forwards. But as it stands, all residential waste is free
Yes.
for the first 400 kilograms per visit. So per visit, every person that indicates that they are disposing of residential waste will as free up to the first 400 kilograms. Amounts more than that attract a charge, but it's 400 kilograms per visit for domestic waste.
And is that common throughout the region?
I think the vast majority of users within our region would fall into that category of having waste less than 400 kilos and be of a domestic service, apart from obviously those who are clearly commercial, who also use our facilities as well. But the vast majority of users do not attract a fee because they fall into that category.
Councillor Trevor?
With that 400k per visit, so you could have 6 visits in one day of under 400 kilograms from somebody who's stockpiled, having a clean out of their property, whatever.
That is certainly possible, Councillor Manteuffel. We do not delineate the number of times somebody visits our facility in a day. We only assess the load under which they are visiting that facility to dispose of. That's all we look at.
Okay. With the bins out at Millmerran, the area out there, how long have those bins been there? Is there any record of when it first started?
At least prior to amalgamation, we don't have any records as to when they've started, but we are aware that they have been there since at least 2008, maybe even later. But at this stage, I've known of them being there since prior to amalgamation. In some form or another, there may have been 1 or 2 sites that were then later expanded, but there has been bins available at that facility for quite some time, or in that area.
Okay. And so if we go for option 3, technically what we're talking about is $15,000, is that correct?
That would just be the savings, Councillor
Savings,
Manteuffel.
yeah.
It would only be $15,000 savings opposed to the $125,000 that is proposed for option.
And I know you're going to educate people that it's all changing, there's going to be no bins there, but how much does it cost to pick up illegal dumping, to send a crew out to, because I can still see illegal dumping happening there. How much does it cost to get a truck or whatever?
It just depends on a number of factors. One is the amount of dumping that does occur, and again, we try and be efficient in ensuring that it's picked up. So depending on what is seen, and a good example where the illegal dumping has been prevalent but is now controlled is around the Watella Stage 3 on Old Gumbunji Road, but we have mechanisms and a good team to encourage appropriate behaviour from residents. But yeah, it varies depending on what we see. But we're hopeful that the Millmerran community will work with us and do the right thing to assist in not just reducing the waste at that facility, but also reducing the cost of the waste by making sure it's sorted appropriately, by increasing diversion, all those things that are long-term benefits to keep the cost of provision of the whole service as low as possible for as long as possible.
Thanks, Jake.
We've got the Mayor, then Councillors Tim and Carroll. Mayor, please.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for the report, Natalie, Carl, thank you very much. Just a couple of questions, if I could. Firstly, the Toowoomba Region Waste Strategy, that's up for revision. How far away is that?
Currently working on that. We anticipate that we should be bringing a draft strategy to Council towards the end of the calendar year.
Okay, thank you for that. And based on the 2021 strategy, this is one of those initiatives that fell out of it. Just by way of a question without notice, I guess, is of that strategy in 2021, how much do you feel we've implemented in the last 4 years?
Carl may be better to take this question. He's been doing an analysis on this.
Yes, thank you for the question. So we have progressed in terms of our diversion rates. Across our facilities that are performing well, we're generally on target for diversion. We do have a range of facility types and offerings across the region that are yielding different success rates. So through the strategy review, we will be looking to try and optimise our diversion rates through learnings from those facilities that are achieving successes. The Millmerran Waste Facility is one where we need to look at how we can extend or increase our diversion rates. So the report provided today is part of the change that we need to do to look at improving diversion rates in the Millmerran area.
Just one more comment in relation to that. The other area where we really need to increase diversion and education is particularly around our curbside, and you probably see some of that reported in the group report each month, and there will be some further information in relation to a curbside audit we just completed in this month's group report, which outlines about 60% of the waste going into our red curbside bin could be diverted as either green waste or recyclables. So we've got a lot of work still to do in that space.
I've got more, but Councillor Melissa reacted quickly, so you might want to add something or a question on that. Was that
On that point, yeah.
Thanks. It is just about diversion, and thanks for raising that, Mayor. From my understanding, the bin sites in Millmerran actually don't encourage diversion. So with the state levy potentially costing this region in excess of $30 million if we don't better our diversion rates, that by moving waste from the bin sites currently to the Millmerran Waste Facility, we can better the diversion rates in Millmerran, which will assist with the cost to the region as a whole when it comes to diversion and the state levy. So this is potentially not just a cost saving of not having the cost of the bin sites, but it's also the diversion with the state levy, which can have an impact. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. Absolutely correct. It goes to the point I made to Councillor Manteufel's question prior, that we are trying our best to keep the cost of the waste service to all of our residents as low as possible for as long as possible, and there are some challenges. Waste levy is one of the major challenges around how we ensure that we have an affordable service for all members of the community.
Just to follow, if I may. So basically, if our community don't properly recycle and recyclables go into landfill, that increases our landfill, which then increases or decreases the diversion, increases the levy, which then is a cost to our community.
I guess
and significant cost.
Absolutely. As a general rule, this year it's going to escalate from $115 a tonne to $125 a tonne. So it doesn't matter what we bury. This council is levied $125 a tonne to put something in the ground and bury it. It also costs us about $80 a tonne to create the facility in which we can bury it as well. So it's a double-edged sword. The more we can keep waste out of landfill, the better and the cheaper these facilities and the service the community enjoys can be maintained.
Back to the Mayor, if we could.
Thanks, yeah. Thanks for that context, Councillor Melissa. I'll be a bit harsher on the levy, to be honest. It's actually a bin tax. It's a bin tax for our region from the state government that's growing at a rate that's unaffordable for us and for those that are captured within it. What we have is a triple-edged sword, actually, Jake, because not only do we need to encourage less landfill, it also costs us an extraordinary amount, logistics-wise and transport, to remove the recycled. So we are in a bind, if you like. That's why the focus of this report is not necessarily to do that. It's to actually improve efficiencies, reduce costs, and hopefully provide a better service to the community. And this is the thin edge of the wedge in regard to service delivery. This is what this councillors have been talking about for some time, and this is where the rubber starts to hit the road. And so we've seen in media of recent times around the options that councils have at the moment, which is to increase revenue, reduce costs. And they're about the only two levers we've got to make a difference. And so therefore, with the very limited amount of revenue sources that councils can have, we look at our services. And this is a stark reminder of the decisions that this council has to make that won't be popular for some people. It is, in fact, the start of many tough decisions that this council will make. And we've made some in the past, but there'll be more. The benefit here outweighs those, and that's why this council, on behalf of our community, needs to make decisions without fear or favour to support the broader community to make sure that we're doing all that we can to reduce those costs. The bin tax is something that no resident would like to hear about. The fact remains that it's an obligation that we have on behalf of the state to collect. What our community does deserve and should deserve is that the revenue raised through the bin tax is spent in areas to improve the services that our community deserves around waste. That's the advocacy that we're doing as a council. It's the advocacy that we're doing in the various bodies we're at, including the Council of Mayors of South East Queensland. So there's nothing wrong with taxes and rates, providing there is a service delivered. That's our focus as a council, and we'd like that to be the focus of the state. At the same time, we've also sought some relief, financial relief in regard to the transportation of recycle, and very pleased that Minister Powell has certainly seen that as something that is an impediment to progress, to decreasing the amount of landfill, because it's actually costing us equally, if not more, to transport that recycle. That's the conundrum we're in as a council because of the transportation. So we'd love to be able to see a recycle plant in our region. And that's the sort of level of investment that a bin tax should bring to places like ours that can service other broader areas. So it may well be a comment, Chair, but it's a statement of fact that we find ourselves in this situation for largely no fault of our own in many respects, but we need to do things differently and better. There's many reasons why this has a positive reason for us to approve it, many reasons, least of which is the fact that it's a safety concern for people. We need to make sure that's there. So that being the case, Chair, I'm happy to move this when it's time.
Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I appreciate this has been moved. I won't hold it up much longer, but I was just going to ask, Bowenville, there used to be bins along the side of the highway there. I think it was 2021, 2020 that when I was around this table, we removed them. Flow-on effects for that part of town. Have there been any, or have the community been happy to, use the waste management facility there?
Yeah, so since the removal, we've had minimal representation in terms of concerns around that, and the general diversion of that has been to the John Darian waste facility, which is 10 minutes away. So that was an example of a service that was provided where there was an alternative service within a reasonable accessible time frame. So the shift to that has occurred with minimal concern being provided.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Mayor has really covered my points succinctly. A question to you, Carl, through the chair. The Bowenville reserve that's there, it's a reserve where there's free camping and people stay there for ages. Do we still collect refuse? Do we pay for the refuse to be collected from there?
Yeah, so that reserve is managed through our parks arrangement. So that any waste that's collected there is public space waste that's collected and managed back through to our system.
Thank you, and that's what I thought. Perhaps we need to be looking at that. It's a reserve that belongs to state government, and nothing is charged for there, including the water. So I think that that's something that we need to be looking at in all fairness and equity there. Just to clarify a couple of points, and thank you, Councillor Melissa, for your comment on there, because nothing in any of these bins is recycled. It just goes straight to landfill. And, you know, and illegal dumping, to address that, it happens all over the whole region. And I'm aware that our teams, mostly by going through that refuse, which is not a pleasant job, but they usually identify, in most cases, who's dumped it. So, you know, there is a way there that they can find out. But I think that illegal dumping is a very poor behaviour, and I don't believe that there's any, like the bins that were taken across the escarpment from the old Clifton Shire and the Cambodia Shire, they didn't result in bad behaviour. People were upset about it, but it didn't result in bad behaviour. So, you know, there's no excuse for illegal dumping. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm happy to support the Mayor, and Councillor Melissa gave us every reason that we should be looking at this, because it will cost all of us money. Everyone in this, the pensioners, or every ratepayer in this shire, if we can't change behaviour and we can't lessen what goes to landfill, that will be added onto a cost for every single resident in this shire. Thank you.
Councillor Trevor.
Can I just request that the screen be scrolled up so we know what we're voting on? Just thank you so much. With the times there, is that the times that are used across all our waste facility areas, or are there differences across the region?
Yeah, so the Millmerran Waste Facility is a Tier 4 facility, so that's similar to Clifton, Gumbunji, Yarraman and John Darien. So the removal of the bins will bring that area in alignment with those other areas in terms of facility provided and operational hours.
So what hours are under Tier 3? Obviously there's 4 tiers. So what's Tier 3?
So the hours provided there are a Tier 4.
Yes.
A Tier 3 moves to part days over a five day a week service offering.
Okay. Just trying to get my head around, is that going to be enough initially? Because we could go bigger hours and then ascertain after a year of what is usable times, what is being used, and then maybe cut back from that.
So we have looked at our operational hours, our operational usage. So currently we service on average about 4 customers an hour, which is a low rate per hour. Also, the volume of waste that's coming from the bin stations is reflective of 25 customers a week that are self-hauling when they're aggregating their waste over, I assume, a week or 2 week period before they self-haul.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Okay, just in relation to what notification so far has been given or is planned for the residents affected, what consultation and or what advertising might be done in local avenues out there to warn people that, or to advise them that this is going to happen, as well as some explanation that along the lines of the explanations and statements we've heard from the Mayor and Councillor Melissa today as to why we have to take this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there has been the Millmerran community was given a survey, as was all of our communities, about how they use waste, and that's given us some information about usage patterns or intentions from the community. In short, we have not broadcast this this paper broadly across the community, as until council gave us some indication of where their intentions were. We felt it was probably inappropriate to seek or to engage with the community. Once council's made a decision around what it would like to do, we'll be working with the putting signs up, working with the Local Progress Association, trying to come up with ways to educate the community. We'll have some additional officers out and around the waste facility in the weeks prior to and the weeks after, just to make sure that the transition is as smooth as possible, and that's included in that initial cost. It sort of indicates there's about $10,000 there. We think that incorporates a bit of remedial works, but also stakeholder and comms, advertising, taking out some adverts in the local media that's there, and as I said, ensuring that our staff at the facility at that point, or those points in time through the transition, are supported and have enough resources in case there may be a rush on the facility on the first day that it's open. We don't suspect there will be. As Carl said, it's 25 people over a week, and at the moment we get roughly 4 an hour on a good day. We want to make sure that that transition is as easy as possible, but that's what we're sort of planning. Hopefully that addresses your questions.
Yes, it does, but rising out of that, Councillor Trevor and Councillor Melissa. Councillor Trevor.
If this motion goes ahead and obviously gets to the ordinary meeting next week and goes ahead there, when is the timeframe set to start the whole process with public education, notice of closures, and finally a closure of the bin sites?
So as I indicated a little bit before, Councillor Trevor, as soon as the meeting minutes from the ordinary meeting are confirmed and the sign shop can get some signs up, we'll have some signs out and working with stakeholder engagement. We do not anticipate that that anything will happen before the 1st of July, but we want to give people a reasonable period of time. So we're more than likely to target the 1st of August, but depends on resources and availability. It won't be any later than the 1st of August. It may be sooner, but we'll work with the community and council to ensure that there's awareness of that.
Councillor Guida, then Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jake. Just in relation to the stakeholder engagement, a lot of these people do live off the grid. They don't have PO boxes. They don't want the census to know that they're there. On some blocks, there might be 10 different family members or friends or extended friends, occupants. So I guess how would we speak to those people?
Yes, our intention is the users of these people, if they're using the facility, will use the facility. And so the intention is to indicate through signage that that facility will be closed, and those signs will remain up after it is closed, so that if there isn't somebody over that period that has used the facility, will be directed to an appropriate location to dispose. There'll still be signs up saying if this is where you need to take your waste, and directions to do that. But we also know that although some of those communities, there's different degrees of methodologies of communicating with people. But as I said, there's some quite vocal community and strong community leaders out there at Millmerran. We'll certainly be looking to engage with them and ensure that if they have some suggestions or ideas about how to get appropriate reach, we'll be looking to implement that.
Councillor Melissa.
Thank you, Chair. If all questions are exhausted, I'll move the motion, or the recommendation, sorry.
I think the Mayor has indicated that he would.
I'm quite comfortable for
okay.
Councillor Melissa to move.
Councillor Melissa will has moved the motion, and the Mayor has seconded. The motion is that Council approves the undertaking of activities in accordance with option 2 of this report that is summarised as follows. The removal of all 6 waste bin stations surrounding Millmerran and removal of associated fencing and signage and erection of new closed signage directing the public to the Millmerran Waste Management Facility, and the continued operation of the Millmerran Waste Management Facility during the existing hours of operation, being Monday 1 to 5 p.m, Wednesday, that's 1 p.m. to 5 p.m, Wednesday 8 a.m. to 12 noon, Friday 1 p.m. to 5 p.m, Saturday and Sunday 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Is there any desire to go into debate? That being the case, that there's no desire to do so, I put the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That concludes this meeting, and the meeting will adjourn for a break of 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. We'll just wait for our interim CEO. It just takes a little bit longer to do what you did in 5 minutes, doesn't it? I mean, to go and get a cuppa and everything. It's been so cold. Good morning and welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting for June of the Toowoomba Regional Council. The meeting's open to the public and will also be live streamed. And I'd like to thank and welcome all of you who are in the room today and acknowledge everyone watching via Council social media channels. I'd like to welcome the Mayor, Councillors, our Interim CEO, our General Manager Mike and his team today. We've got Joe Bannon doing, I think, the first two. And we've got Angelo Casagrande, who's been acting in the T&DP area for some time. Thank you, Angelo. And we've got the new manager of T&DP, Marie Gales, with us today. I think it's your first lot of committee meetings, so welcome to you, Marie. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to, we've got nil apologies. We've got Councillor Gardner absent today, but he has a leave of absence, so no resolution is required. And Councillor Bill Kyle, he has a leave of absence as well, so no resolution is required. Declaration of prescribed conflict of interest, I have none advised, but if one should come up through the meeting, please just advise immediately. And a declaration of declarable conflict of interest, we have none advised. There we go, thank you. So we'll go to the agenda. Well, I can't find mine, there we go. Sorry, excuse me. No, I don't know. Here we go. Okay, sorry. We've moved to item 3, which is the review of subordinate local law number 1.15, which is carrying out works on a road or interfering with a road or its operation 2020. And I'll hand over to Mike to introduce the item. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors, and thank you, Chair. Councillors, this morning, just with this report, I'll just give a quick intro and then hand over to Joe Bannon, who's been working on this matter for some time, to sort of go through where we've got to in a bit more detail. But just quickly, councillors, this report follows on from a number of reports that have been through to council since, well, originally through councillor motion back in September, then December, April, and then this is following on from some further work and engagement that council wanted to see happen. So this report sort of hopefully wraps all that up. Councillors, we gave you a council information session back on the 21st of May, which sort of included where a lot of matters had got to, where things have been concluded. Just on that now, I'll just hand over to Joe to give a little bit more insight there, and also then we'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you, councillors. Over to you, Joe.
Thanks, Mike. Since the ordinary meeting of council in April, we've gone back to the industry, the entities that and people that had previously made submissions to council asking for any further consultation. We were able to with the blessing of the members of the UDIA, to share their content with all 9 previous submitters of consultation. That was a very welcome a blessing from the UDIA, I think, on our behalf to be able to share that information. We received that submission from the UDIA. We also received an additional submission from one of the members of who had previously made submission. That feedback is picked up in the report. We were able to then further have a meeting with those that were interested in catching up and meeting with us to further discuss. We took that feedback and made some alterations to the draft local law, and that's what's resulted in presenting here today. We've also shared that draft local law that we're talking about today with those same people who are invited to consult again. Pretty much wrapped up that summary consultation in early May, the 9th of May, and I think we've got to a landing where there's general support for the draft local law as we're presenting today. I've been asked if we believe the industry is happy or content with the report. I think the right thing to say here is they've been very thorough with their feedback. They've been very open with what they're trying to achieve. They are now interested in seeing the improvements that we're trying to achieve, all of us are trying to achieve, which I remind everyone that the local law is one part of, the subordinate local law is one part of the experience. What we also need is the way we communicate with each other, the way we escalate issues, the way we receive the application forms or the applications to interfere with a road or close a road. These are all part of the experience that the external industry will experience, and that's what they're looking for the change in, that experience. So we've reached a point of general agreement about the document going forward now.
Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Mike. Happy to take questions, councillors. Are there any questions? Councillor Duena?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for, I know this has been a really long process and it's involved a lot of work on behalf of our team and steps along the way, but I'm really glad that we did have that final round of consultation and we didn't rush this, and I feel the general vibe from the community is it's definitely a step in the right direction. So thank you for that. I guess my question is more around number 2 that we're looking at here on screen. And the second point there, a lot of the feedback is how clunky our system is. And this is not just with road ops, this is with community events and all sorts of things of applying to hire a hall, for example, and moving things online. So I applaud that. With the transition to online, what's our sort of time frame are we looking at for that?
I'll let Joe just talk to it, if that's okay, Joe, what's happening. So things have commenced in respect to the online application process starting. There was an email out to councillors that things were progressing, so we're working with our ICT team in that sort of place. But Joe's right at the front of that, so I might ask him to indicate where things are at. Thanks.
Thank you. We are, as Mike says, we are progressing with an online application form. With the help of ICT, we've been able to progress some of the establishment of what might be something we call a stage 1 approach, which would be an online form which improves the experience for the applicant, probably puts some little roadblocks in the process so that they don't submit a partially completed form. They're actually so it's actually an assistance to them to make sure that their application is complete. It doesn't so much help the council experience yet, but it's a step forward in this. I think a staged approach to getting to that point where things are done all online and in a smarter way. We should be able to see now, which is different to maybe what I've told you before, an online, this stage 1 online application form in a matter of weeks. If it's not done in the month, it may be even quicker. this is good. Now, it won't have online payment. Not yet. So moving forward in a staged approach, we'll take a logical stepped approach to get from an online form to a form later, and I think we're seeing in the first quarter of the new financial year something that maybe is possible to take payments, something that integrates with our systems, and therefore adds a little bit more of a streamlined or automation into to council's processes. And then following that, there has been some very brief discussion about what would AI look like in this place, and is that something we want to consider as well? But that's probably not even in the staged approach yet. That's something that we would love to see that comes in and really assists council staff in helping to decipher what is quite a lot of information that we need to be able to do our application consideration.
Thank you. And given that we are in 2025, it would be really great to have being able to pay online, will we have BPay as well as credit card? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that totally, but it has been discussed. It's in discussion.
Great. So just confirming you are working with ICT and they are producing it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a collaborative approach. So to make this work, it's got to work within council systems and processes.
That's great to hear.
And the other thing with the AI, it's also focusing on other areas of road operations, which if we can get those areas up and working efficiently, allows the staff time on these other areas which are more difficult to take across to that space, or probably take a bit longer. It'll allow us to sort of see improvements right across the road ops area.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwina. Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thanks for this, gentlemen. Back in March, we, as a council, supported a motion that acknowledged the work that was happening with Subordinate Local Law 1.15, but that work doesn't help community organisations when they're doing their applications for road closures for events. And at that March meeting, Council resolved to hold a councillor information session as soon as possible to look at the interrelationship between 115 and 114 subordinate local laws, and also that upon completion of that info session, Council will receive a report on the process and potential changes to improve community outcomes with regard to Subordinate Local Law 1.15. So I think as this process comes to a conclusion, it is opportune then, and it is consistent with Council's resolution to go and look at 114 as well and the learnings from that. So I suppose I raise, Madam Chair, that was the resolution of Council, and then the question is, through you to the General Manager, Mike, have we got anything locked in for that to progress that next body of work?
Just on the top of that, our Roads and Transport Advisory for LGAQ was on Friday a week ago. LGAQ is still working on that and taking that forward at state level. So I'll just say that, because it's not just here, it's the legislation that affects small communities in particular, everywhere. It's the state legislation. So LGAQ has taken that on board. You might see it go through policy executive, I believe, for the next conference. But in the meantime, they are working on that. I'll hand over to Mike. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question, Councillor Bonner. Pleased to note that behind the scenes, the teams between ENCS and ISG are working together, a bit of a small working group on putting some stuff together. Back in March, when we were looking at this and hoping to be able to bring things fairly quick, we were probably looking at that. We were signing off on 115 back in April, so that's probably been just a little bit of a hold there, but it hasn't stopped the teams talking and going forward. So you'd be aware Paul Reynolds is working with Joe and team here working group through NCS to progress these things, and also had chats with Nick Hauser, so GM NCS. So hopefully in the next couple of months we can be back.
Thank you. I'm sure community groups will be appreciative. Thank you.
Yes, it impacts the small communities so much, and that's the last thing that we actually, well, I'm sure it was unintended consequence, but it is really impacting. Councillor Melissa?
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I'll just bring up my notes. Mike, to you and or Joe, just a question about the online system that we're putting into place. What sort of cost are we looking at? Are we doing it in-house? Have we outsourced that to a consultant? Are we collaborating with ICT? Well, you did say yes, we are, but has ICT done it completely, or have we outsourced that? And if so, what's the cost of that?
At the moment, the work is being done in-house with the staff and the expertise that we already have in-house. This is to get, I won't remember name of systems or things that we're using, I'm sorry, but they're working with the tools that they've got available to them. This was kind of the expectation of discussions that included the UDIA, I believe. I think we're travelling down this stage one piece is very much along the lines of what was envisaged by the industry. Once we start a next stage where we need to integrate with Pathway or the finance tools, there will be a cost. At the moment, it's estimated to be less than 50,000, but that's something at the moment. And then later, if we move to something like assisted by AI, there's a more significant cost involved in that, but maybe not as significant as you think.
Thanks, Joe. Through you, Chair, as a follow-up. Thank you. This has been a very long process. So, Mike, if I may, can we just have a paragraph in the group report as the milestones occur, just to as an interest. We've been on a journey now, so it'd be good to keep apprised of that.
And perhaps we could, keep in touch with LGAQ on that and see where they're up to with Jared. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Through you to Michael, to Joe. In fact, it's probably more of a comment rather than anything. Thank you very much for the work. This has been a good learning, I think, for all of us in regard to how we can do things differently and better. The observation that I think we all may have seen from the early onset to where we are today is that there is a will for all parties to get the outcome that they desire. Sometimes those desires are slightly different to each other. However, one thing is for sure, and that is that we'll be measured by the way in which we actually do the business. So the way in which our culture is to work with parties, both sides, I have to say, both sides. So I just, words of encouragement to say thank you to get us to this point, but also of the fact that there has been a change in the attitude, and that change is a positive change that we obviously all would like to see continuing on, and in fact continuous improvement is one of those things. So I think today is a chance for us to get this moving, put it in place. The culture of how we relate and interact with our customer is probably the key to all of these changes, so I'd encourage us to continue to work on that as best we can, and thank you for the work so far.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other comment, councillors? Is there any need to go into debate on this? If there isn't, the proposed resolution is there before you. Can I have a mover? Councillor Edwina Farquhar, seconded Councillor Trevor Mann-Tyfel, that we resolve to make subordinate local law number 1.15, carrying out works on a road and interfering with the road or its operation, 2025, as advertised, but amended, so as to be consistent with the version of subordinate local law in attachment 1 to this report, And 2, to support the transition to enabled road operation processes, including application to undertake work within the road reserve to be lodged and to be paid electronically online. Can I have a mover? Sorry, we have a mover and a seconder. Those in favour? It's carried. So we move on to item 4, which is a review of works on road permit charges. And again, I'll go over to Mike and Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. This this report flows on, as you understand, from us now just approving the previous report. So the opportunity now is to approve the fees and charges that are related through the process in regards to works on road. We've taken council again on a significant journey over the last 9 or so months in respect to the fees and charges. And again, at the last information session on the 21st of May, council got the latest update of where discussions and consultation got to in respect to where we are with the fees and charges. I'll hand to Joe. The report does recommend option 4, but I'll let Joe just talk a little bit more to it first, and then we'll take questions. If that's all right, Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Since the last time we spoke to this, which was at Council's ordinary meeting in April, 15th of April, we did go and seek or invite any views that the industry may have, again, from those people who had previously provided input into the local law process. The feedback we got was it's in the report in the stakeholder views section. I think is the point that the part that I would point out in the report. An observation, simply that while it's good that we're proposing, I suppose, in the recommendation, a recommendation to remove the ongoing general daily fee, there was an observation that even with option 4, our fees are higher than those charged by our neighbouring local governments. To that, I would remind people we've done some analysis of our own council's effort, our labour, our need to engage with consultants to support our process, and the costs that we're proposing in option 4 are a reflection of the cost to council for its business. So it's quite legitimate, the fee levels that we're proposing in option 4. Additionally, and all of the comments were really, really good, and they've come from a place of trying to improve, which was really welcomed. There was a point made that some very minor works, the industry kind of feels like it should almost be self-assessable. Council is of a different view. Council staff are of a different view on this topic. So in order for us to look at minor works, the right term that the industry uses is short-term low impact, which is what they're really talking about in their view. Picking up on this point, it's probably not an unrealistic point to recognise that we can reflect slightly differently by using the terms short-term low impact as it relates to the road network. So we've come up with an extra category in the fees and charges that reflect this as it applies to the road, the use of the road space. So that's now seen in options 3 and 4. And the other piece that the stakeholders would like to see is something around some information sheets or some better guidance, or how the work support zone might be applied. And so this is something that we're working on. In the appendix of the report, the final appendix, we do include some images that describe how option 4 would be applied in a situation. There is some training of staff and some growth on both the applicant side and council side that will be needed to bring this fee into a an easy to calculate place, but that's where we're going now.
Thank you, Joe. Councillor Manteuffel?
Thanks, Chair. To Joe, you mentioned there have been some little tweaks or changes to what we saw a few weeks ago to what is presented today. Can you highlight those, please?
To the form that was presented in April, there's a minor change. So just to point that out, there is now a short-term low impact classification that exists. Oh yes, at the councillor information session we briefly showed. There's been no changes since then. Yeah.
That was where I was a bit confused because you mentioned there's been a change.
Since the consultation with the industry or the receiving stakeholder views and considering what they've proposed, we have made some minor changes. We did show you that in the council information committee. Thank you.
I'd like to see that. Yeah.
Just to point those out from what was presented in the April meeting, the short-term low impact classification is now a fee of only $200. Previously, that was wrapped up into the minor classification category. You'll also see in the minor classification category that there's a third dot point there around making sure always that a single residential property driveway or stormwater connection is picked up in the minor. There is a chance that could have fallen into a medium or even major, depending on what was happening. But if it's for a single residential driveway, we'll bring it into the medium fee. The minor fee. And the last change here is to remove any doubt on the application fee for a work support zone. Is just to state it there that it's the same as a medium fee, but it's just pointed out there that the application fee is the $1,400.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. And that would be, we would have quite a lot, wouldn't we, with the driveways and stormwater connection. That would be fairly frequent that we would have those.
I think there's a lot of it that goes on.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Question, Councillor McMahon?
Thanks, Chair. I had to read back and forward many times to find out the difference between option 3 and 4, and it's insertion of one word medium. I found it in the tables there, but just the major one is 3,000, and in option 3 it's 2,850. So it's $150, but if it's the same thing, why is the price different for both of them?
When we model the two, so you look at what we did to determine whether these fees were reasonable is we looked at the quantum of applications we received through the period September 23 to September 24. We categorised them all into how they would fit. If they were minor, or if they were 2-level, minor and major, then there was a quantity that fit into each of those categories based on the terminology that you'd see in that middle column. And then when we applied the medium category, it pulled a handful from major into medium or the other way, and therefore it had to be rebalanced. So the 2 category level versus the 3 category level, it just makes a difference to numbers to balance out the staff effort and therefore cost.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Or if not, the recommendation is there in front of you. The recommendation that council adopt option 4 as noted within this report for works on road and temporary traffic management approvals. And number 2, that the 2025-26 Register of Fees and Charges and the 2025-26 Register of Cost Recovery Fees and Charges in relation to the road network operations, attachment 5, both with an effective date of the 1st of July 2025 and concluding on a date of a subsequent council resolution varying the relevant fee or charge. Can I have a mover, please? Moved Councillor Manteifel, seconded Councillor McMahon. If there's no need for debate, I'll call for a vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Ask Angelo to come up. Thanks. We move on to item 5, which is New Ackland Coal Mine Stage 3 project. And I'll hand over to Mike to introduce it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Just get my stuff here.
I'm sorry, the interim CEO has just brought to my attention, and I should have realised, we didn't have any debate on we can't debate attachments 1, 2 and 5 in this report because they're confidential. So if we need to debate those, more than welcome to do that, but we'll have to go into a closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Recently, New Ackland Coal through the New Hope mine, or the New Hope Group through the New Ackland Coal mine, looking at a significant change in regards to their previous stage 3 approval, and which is the removal of the need to put a rail loop in from John Darien up to their mine. Obviously, this has had to go back through the state, through the Coordinator General, and in doing that, they've asked for comment back from relevant stakeholders. We had a presentation from New Hope Coal back in mid-May, and we also presented to council at that time to give some insights to some of the issues that were relevant in respect to the change in the conditions that the Coordinator General had set around stage 3. Council's aware that we put some preliminary comments back to the Coordinator General back in towards the end of May. However, today, councillors, today's report is focused on formalising council's position in respect to the changes that this variation request for New Ackland Coal has brought about. So the report sort of covers off, it does have in those confidential attachments a fair bit of history that the council of the day, going back to when stage 3 was going through all its original approval processes. That was provided for background, particularly for newer councillors that hadn't maybe been fully aware of that. The rest of the report is focused on varying issues and some key issues around how this change may affect the local community out there, may affect transportation both on the haulage road that is envisaged within the application, and sort of broader environmental impacts. It also talks to the opportunity of requesting some longer term community legacies that council might be keen to see. And those sorts of elements the council may wish to take forward. I'll just hand over to Angelo to add any further to that, if that's all right, Chair, just before we take any questions.
Sorry. Thank you, Angelo.
Thank you. Through the Chair, councillors, I note the report as tabled. There's certainly certain aspects in terms of mitigation and of impacts to the community suggested through the resolution, and Mike's outlined the details quite adequately. Happy to take any questions.
Questions, Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, General Manager Mike and Angelo, for the report. If I can just take us to the first, not the attachment, the actual report, and just before the recommendation, so we're looking at pages, the end of page 3 and onto page 4. There's 2 paragraphs there. Since the original Stage 3 approval in 2014, Mort Street has been significantly upgraded to provide the primary connection between Toowoomba City and the second range crossing. Further traffic increases across the northern sectors in Toowoomba are expected to occur following completion of the new Toowoomba Hospital at the Bailey Henderson Medical Campus. Accordingly, Council should request that weekday curfews of 7 a.m. to 9 a.m, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m, unless otherwise agreed, be imposed on New Auckland Coal rail movements to limit the increasingly adverse impacts of train movements on peak hour traffic. And then if we go into the actual recommendations, the second last recommendation in 1, so we're looking at 1D, is that Council requests, as per, that weekday curfews of 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then 3 to 6 be imposed on all freight rail movements through urban Toowoomba to limit the increasingly adverse impacts of train movements on peak hour traffic movements on both state and council-controlled road networks. So because of the delays with the court cases with the coal mine, there's been a passing of time, and in that passing of time we've had an increase in our population, and also we've had an announcement of the relocation and the building of the new hospital at the Bailey Henderson site. So my question is, with the recommendation here, what we don't want, and what's been identified, is we don't want ambulances or emergency service vehicles to be stuck at a rail crossing when there is a long freight train that's closed that intersection. So if it's not being addressed here, because even between 7 and 9 and 3 and 6, that doesn't help the emergency services vehicle movements. If they need to get through an intersection to get to a future hospital, emergencies don't happen outside of those peak hours. So if we're not addressing it in this, is the Coordinator General turning their mind to those ambulances in the future hospital, or is that something that TMR, Council, Queensland Health are working on together with the planning for the new hospital site?
Thank you, Councillor Bonos. A few points to your question there, and I'll probably just expand on a couple of elements. First of all, I'll say it's critical that we get inland rail and we get the tunnel through the range, because that'll take all freight out of the city. And that opens up a lot of opportunities for the city. It doesn't only improve the issues that you just mentioned, but it also opens up other transportation opportunities within the city going forward into the future. In respect to the new Toowoomba Hospital, there's just been the interagency working group has just formed a transportation subcommittee, which has only just kicked off in the last week actually. Was its sort of first kick-off meeting. It's something that we've asked for from Council for some time, for the last couple of years. So it's good from a state perspective that that's actually got off, started. And one of the key things there now is the change in campus model of the hospital now going back to a single campus model from the twin model that was the last resolution. So the traffic elements and the transportation elements, and rail is very much a key consideration, the rail impacts as part of those discussions. So there's a piece of work being done there, and that'll happen over, at least over the next year, if not longer. In respect to We subsequent to, I think, the letter, but for the report, discussions are ongoing on these sorts of matters. And when we further looked at the coal issues, coal does not only come from New Acland, it also comes from Canby Down, and there's a likelihood into the future that it may come from other sources as well. And there's grain and other freight that's coming through. We note from a impact at that intersection that obviously the peak hours are the critical times where we're getting back, traffic back now up towards along Griffith Street, up to the roundabout towards the New England Highway. Also on the other Mort and Hog, all those are all suffering a fair bit of impact, and it's taking probably 10 to 15 minutes after a train, which stops the crossing for a couple of minutes, for the traffic to get back to normal flow patterns. So it takes a few sets of lights each time. We have raised that very issue with the new Toowoomba Hospital in an agency working group, and they have taken that, well, are taking that matter on board in reflecting what sort of, how they might manage that into the future. So we're sort of raising these issues. The state's got to take somewhat of a lead with these and work through, and at this point, both State Development, TMR, and Health are all at the table, as I said, as part of this Transport Working Group. And I think, the next 6 months should see some progress in that space, and that's probably maybe an update to Council in that time.
And if I could just add to that, it's not, and I don't know where this sits, whether it sits under that, Mike, but Watpac have set up in Warwick, and they come through here quite a bit as well with their long trains. And then when it's grain season, Gundawindi has a large wheat storage, and that also comes through here. So I don't know whether that all sits with that as being considered an impediment to accessing the hospital, but we are in a, we sort of get the impacts of all of that. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, no, thank you. So that's good to understand, Mike, and I think what we're dealing with here is just what we're dealing with here, and the issues that we're talking about are related but not exclusively to this matter. So I'm glad that Transportation Subcommittee is taking it up and going to get some good outcomes for us. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Mayor, just before you, I note, unless I've missed it, there's nothing in the recommendation about consideration of a legacy project.
So, sorry, Chair, if you go to 1A3.
I'm sorry.
1A3. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much, Mike and Angelo, for input. As far as Mike, the report is concerned, and Councillor Rebecca raised it, I guess if we could emphasise that through the passage of time, not only is the hospital one of those areas, there was also a north-south road that was planned and now not planned or will change. And as you raised, Mike, inland rail and what that looks like in regard to interaction with this. So somehow it would be useful, I think, in our correspondence to actually highlight some of those things because they will impact and vice versa. It's important for all parties to know, and no doubt they're aware of it. The second part is exactly what you pointed out, Chair, which is in regard to 1A3, and just really a question as to how, if I'm reading this from a Coordinator General, what this would actually mean. That significant community legacy outcomes be implemented, including long-term financial support to the John Darren Woolshed and the establishment of a community foundation. Noting that they're both honourable things, and we would support them. How would the Coordinator General, and we've got a former Coordinator General in the room, which is quite helpful. Maybe that's a question that could go there. Is that too broad a statement if we're looking at community legacy, or should it be more specific? Or I guess what I'm suggesting is that who establishes the community foundation? New Auckland already have a grant scheme that they roll out. Community foundation councillors will be aware of that. It is a desire, perhaps, for us to consider a foundation for council. From a Coordinator General perspective, I wonder what that A1, A3 would actually mean.
Through you, Chair. Most simply expressed, you don't need to be specific because the Coordinator General and staff will determine the most appropriate mechanism for them to achieve our suggestion. So they could use New Auckland's or New Hope's existing arrangements. They could require those to be augmented and directed in a specific way, or they could actually negotiate with council for an alternative arrangement. So you don't have to be more specific. The Coordinator General can be. Equally, the Coordinator General is not really fettered by any other process. They can actually determine whatever they see best fits. So I'm satisfied that the way it's drafted is okay from the receipt by the Coordinator General. The only question is whether council feels that's what you want. That's what you're asking be considered. If the latter's not true, then we should amend.
That's fine. And I guess this is, it's almost like just putting it out in a broad statement that, and the establishment of a community foundation and what that would actually look like to them. So this is a starting point of negotiation potentially between ourselves and New Auckland with the Coordinator General's endorsement of doing that. Is that how you see it, Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just thinking as you're talking, if you want some little bit of clarity, that establishment of community foundation with council, or actually, if you would like to be a little bit more specific of the interaction you'd like to see.
Yeah,
a couple of extra words.
There's some work being done on what that might look like, and it's not a secret because other councils are doing this sort of a thing. And the establishment of that significant community legacy, including long-term, and the establishment of a community foundation, potentially it is, and the support of the establishment of a community foundation, or the support of a community foundation, might be something. Picking up on Colin's words, maybe less specific is better at this stage.
We do have in the report under community engagement and impacts, where we say funded by New Auckland Coal and jointly managed with council. So is that where council would like to go? Would like that be a little bit more specific around that element?
I might just. And if you might comment on it. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike. Through you, Chair. The support of the establishment of a community foundation in the context of the way that's drafted, the addition that we've just put in, would suggest to me that you're referring to John Derrian Woolshed, or more broadly, John Derrian, where I believe your intent is Toowoomba region, in which case I'd suggest that the significant community legacy outcomes be implemented, including long-term financial support to the John Derrian Woolshed and the support of the establishment of a Toowoomba regional community foundation, if I'm hearing your intent correctly.
That's where I think we need to head. That's a broader discussion for us to have. But if the Coordinator General, that gives an intent, what that looks like can be discussed down the track. Is that reasonable?
I think, I don't know, I can't speak for colleagues, but I think that's an important consideration, considering the impacts that have been felt for the region. Yeah.
Equally, I'd suggest that officers could, after this council resolution, after the motion's adopted as amended, it can be then submitted by the CEO or delegate, and then conversations can actually occur between our staff and the CG staff as to what's meant and what success would best look like. So,
Thank you. I'm happy with that that slight change in there, as far as that goes.
Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks. Just to clarify, the conditions that we would normally impose, we can't because it's a coordinated general project as opposed to a council one. In broad terms, that's the case. In the recommendation, those conditions are set out in some detail there, and it's for us to today to agree that those conditions are sufficient to, or, before they are in fact submitted to the Coordinator General. They haven't been as yet submitted to the Coordinator General. Is that the case?
Councils would be aware we shared a letter that we sent on the 23rd of May of our preliminary recommendations, or council's preliminary position following the discussions with council. But we indicated very clearly in that, and we've got obviously acceptance from the Coordinator General that there would be a formal council meeting, as is today, and that a formal response, council's final and formal response, would be to them before the end of June. So that's where we are today. You're right in that we're a stakeholder and we get asked to input our thoughts or comments. And it's a variation request, so it's slightly different to the original stage 3. It's New Acland Coal are actually trying to have a couple of conditions actually removed out of their approval, which is, as I mentioned, the rail loop, or the need for that. So this is the steps and processes that the state goes through in assessing that request.
No,
Councillor Shine, our interim CEO would like to make a comment there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I suppose in summary, so everything that Mike just outlined is correct, but without sounding like a history lesson, a decade ago, the Coordinator General considered this facility and imposed conditions. Those conditions we cannot be in conflict with in any way as a council, so we're a subordinate entity to the Coordinator General. CG's conditions will prevail. There has been various court challenges of different shapes and forms, largely outside of the CG's conditions, but associated about subsequent approvals. Those obviously prevail over any council resolution or decision or approval. That would normally rest there. However, as Mike said, the proponent, the mine, has actually requested the deletion of some conditions that the CG imposed. That does provide an opportunity to reopen all conditions that accordingly are imposed by the Coordinator General. The book has been reopened. We're taking the opportunity to suggest that were the mine actually considered for approval today rather than a decade ago, we would consider that these were reasonable and relevant considerations to be undertaken by the Coordinator General, and then for them to impose conditions. So it's a little unusual in that respect that we're almost having another bite at it, asking for these things to be considered, because the region's grown a decade. It's changed. So that's the nature of the approval process.
Thank you for that very much. So basically, there's two groups that we have to get on side. The Coordinator General, for a start, because the Coordinator General may not think some of these requests are reasonable or whatever, and then New Hope has to agree to it, go through negotiation, no doubt, with the Coordinator General. I suppose what I'm getting at is, are we confident that all costs to the council, roads or other facilities or the work done will be will come out of it without cost to us, and they will be borne by New Hope?
Thank you, Councillor Sean. Mark?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Sean. We currently meet with New Hope on a monthly basis in respect to particularly the road matters that are from the stage 3 approval and the over the last couple of years with the mine getting restarted. So we're meeting with them quite frequently, as I just said. They have given their commitment to cover council's cost. We're just formalising that as part of an agreement with them. That said, I suppose my time and senior officer manager time tends not to be captured in those sorts of things. And there is with these sorts of developments, there is a fair bit of time and effort that's got to go in there from senior management. But our legal costs, any consultancies that we need to use, or any other staff time, if we have to have other staff involved, should be able to be captured. So I'd say the bulk of our costs will be covered. Maybe not every dollar, but a significant exposure. Our exposure in that space should be quite limited at this point in time.
No, thanks, Mike. That's reassuring. In asking the question, I wasn't in any way doubting the goodwill of New Hope. I know from, and all councillors here would know about the respect and esteem in which New Hope is held in the Oakey Township, etc. And but I think, just as councillors, it's important for us to know that it's not going to cost the ratepayers anything as well.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Councillor Tim? Councillor McMahon?
Thanks, Chair. Couple of questions. I do need a little bit more clarification. Just on the Mayor raised it, the significant community legacy outcomes. So we're sort of telling them where they should be spending their money on us, I suppose. Have they, if they don't do this, is there a thing? Have they come out and said this is where we're happy to invest? Those kind of questions.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. I suppose it's time, as recognised, New Hope do give a lot of support to, from an overall quantum, a significant support to our communities. Typically more in smaller grants to community clubs and events and different things like that. So they tend to be one-off that community organisations can make application for. So that's the typical approach to how they do it now. They've also got links into schools, apprenticeship programs, those sorts of other elements that are very supportive generally to our community. In regards to 3, and I might flag this, Council, you might want to, as a suggestion, split 3 into 2. You might want to look at the John Darian woolshed as a single matter and a single issue, and then look at how you look at this future community legacy / foundation. And in that, obviously there's substantial savings to the entity in not having to construct a major rail loop, which was going to reduce the impacts onto John Darian in particular as a township, all around that infrastructure there, and also a lot of concerns that council had at that time when that EIS came through. So that was going to do a lot of positive elements. The thought here is there's an opportunity, particularly through, say, a Toowoomba Regional Community Foundation, that there could be substantial investment into other parts of our community that we see and we find difficult to fund in ourselves. Needs for, could be, upgrades of pools, it could be upgrades of community infrastructure through the town, be it just in, the John Deere and Oakey area or more broadly speaking. So this hasn't been worked through in any way with New Hope. This will be ultimately a discussion. Obviously, the CEO of the day, the Mayor and others and the Council of the day will take forward if the Coordinator General supports this. So I think the opportunities are pretty varied and wide, and it's ultimately up to Council to eventually work through what it may wish to ask for.
Councillor Tim, it's not unusual, as the Mayor mentioned before, a lot of councils are doing this. So
I certainly don't have any objection to it, and it's very honourable for us to be putting the John Deere and Woolshed on there. And if they're listening, my apologies. I was held up on Sunday and didn't make it to the heavy horses weekend, but they just give them a shout out while I'm talking, Chair. You got to do it.
I didn't make it either. I had too many other things on.
But I suppose, Chair, where it's going, and I don't propose to split these or change it. A lot of clubs, community clubs, groups are. New Hope's probably getting a fair few requests at the moment, and so I certainly think we need to play our part. The Community Foundation is a great way of doing that. One more question, if I might, Chair. The rail loadout facility is already there, and it's going up to 5.2 megatons per annum. In the non-confidential attachment 4, it talks about things like bamboo screening to reduce dust. That part of the recommendation is going to be enclosed. So 2, the coal stockpiles and associated loadout facilities be enclosed. So can you just talk to me what that's going to look like? We're building a huge shed on the side of the road that gets coal stockpiles and loads them on a train indoors. I just sort of need a bit of clarification on the enclosure bit. Thanks.
I'll probably suggest the word enclosed in this circumstance be looked at in a sort of a fairly broad context. There is examples around the world of these load-out facilities and that being enclosed, typically sort of very large igloo-type structures that can go over the top. What New Hope have done to date in discussions with us is that they have been, in their discussions with the local community, they've done a lot more landscaping, being the bamboo and those sorts of things, and the community's quite, they believe, is generally happy with what they're doing. So obviously bamboo spreads and grows quite rapidly from a landscaping point of view. It's really probably seeing that well planned and how it's actually going to work, and then being able to demonstrate ultimately, that they're doing everything in their powers to sort of mitigate noise, light, dust, all those sorts of impacts that come from. I won't say today it has to be a building. That, as Interim CEO pointed out, the Coordinator General will sort of take our feedback and will ultimately make the decision of what they put forward as conditions.
I'm happy with that. I just suppose I was a little confused on the wording of enclosed mixed with the conditions in attachment 4, but noting the first part of the recommendation is current standards are higher than what has usually been current day standards. So I'm overall happy, Mike, but thanks for the clarification.
And I think, Councillor Tim, they started in areas in veneering, both on the rail wagons and also with the stockpiles. So it has made a difference when it's windy out there, which is the issue. Thank you. Mr Mayor, did you want to make another comment? I thank you very much. Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just sent through to Deanne, as this conversation's been happening, I've been thinking more about that initial question I asked about the ambulances and the emergency service vehicle crossings. And I don't want us to not include it here so that there is some consideration given to it. So I just sent through some wording to Deanne in that little submit alternate, it's F. If we could just get it up.
And it does impact now. I mean, not so much the coal, the whole rail system through the city. It'd be wonderful if we got inland rail and it shifted out. But
So I've just put in there F, that council requests that consideration be given by the Coordinator General to train movements and future emergency service vehicle crossings of the rail line proximate to the new Toowoomba Hospital campus, through you to either the interim CEO or general manager of General Manager Mike for
Mike
thoughts
will probably have a go,
on
and
that.
then perhaps to interim CEO Collins, should we need to. Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, no, happy with that. Could I just say F becomes E and E becomes F? That's just from a
That would be
order.
great. I didn't have the technological smarts on my tablet.
That's all.
Thank you.
If that is what council would like, I'm happy with that.
Are there any other questions, comments, councillor? Oh, sorry,
Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Other than the reordering, I'd suggest that we just remove by the Coordinator General and leave it open to be given to train movements. It's addressed to the Coordinator General, but
Thank
the
you.
mechanism might be through others.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, we've got the recommendation there in front of you. It's quite a long one. Do we need to go into debate? Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved the Mayor, seconded Councillor Shine. And I'll read it out for you, I think. In relation to the New Ackland Coal Proprietary Limited application of the 11th of March 2025, proposing changes to the New Ackland Coal Mine Stage 3 project, Council advised the Coordinator General that approval be approved subject to I. Conditions relating to air quality, noise and environmental management being revised, and should current day standards be higher than the conditions currently imposed on the project. Revised should, no and there, sorry. Revised should current day standards be higher than the conditions currently imposed on the project. 2, that coal stockpiles and associated loadout facilities be enclosed, given the existing John Darian rail loadout facility is now proposed to be retained until mine closure, and the proximity of this facility to the John Darian township. And 3, that significant community legacy outcomes be implemented, including long-term financial support to the John Darian Woolshed, and the establishment of a community foundation, and the support of the establishment of a community foundation. Thank you, Deanne. B, that Council has no objection to the proposed road haulage as described in section 7.1 of the application, subject to conditions below being satisfied prior to the commencement of haulage on the new Western Bypass. 1, a revised traffic impact assessment being approved by Council as part of the operational works approval for the new Western Bypass, with revised traffic impact assessment to also address the pavement impacts arising from the ongoing road haulage use of the existing southern section of the John Muldoon Road. Sorry, I put haul in there, I shouldn't have, that's what it's known as. And that the road impact assessment and road use management plan be updated accordingly for subsequent Council approval. 2, the new Western Bypass be designed and constructed to accommodate the road haulage impacts identified by the approved traffic impact assessment. 3, any structural maintenance issues identified by the approved traffic impact assessment for the ongoing use of the existing southern section of the John Darien Muldoon Road be addressed by New Ackland Coal Proprietary Limited. 4, road safety audits being undertaken for both the new Western Bypass design and post-construction and the existing southern section of the John Darien Muldoon Road, with any safety issues identified by these audits being addressed. So did I lose my place? Okay. 5, the management agreement for product coal haulage on John Darien Muldoon Road being revised to include the new Western Bypass, whether through an existing infrastructure agreement under operational works approved or revision of existing agreements. 6, the John Darien Sabine Road and Road and Childs Road being upgraded to a bitumen standard, not staged, as per Council's March 2017 decision. And 7, all agreements with New Ackland Coal Proprietary Limited being finalised within 12 months of the Coordinator General issuing its evaluation report. C, rehabilitation of John Darien Muldoon Road, including the new Western Bypass, to Council's satisfaction following the closure of Stage 3 mine in approximately 2037, whether through an infrastructure agreement under operational works approval or revision of existing agreements. D, that Council request that weekday curfews of 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 6 p.m, unless otherwise agreed, be imposed on all freight rail movements through urban Toowoomba to limit the increasingly adverse impacts of train movement on peak hour traffic movements on both state and council controlled road networks. And E, should New Ackland Coal consider the development of any future stages of the mine, they must go through a comprehensive environmental impact statement process. 2, that the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to negotiate and enter into agreements, revised or otherwise, arising from the above recommendations. 3, that in relation to the New Ackland Coal Proprietary Limited application of the 11th of March 2025, Sorry? What have I done?
It's repeated itself.
Okay, sorry. So,
Actually picked up on the amendments.
okay, so with the amendments that we've just put through, and I haven't got it on my... Have you got it, Mike? I'm sorry, we did repeat. Yes, can we find that? Where was that attached to? My apologies, councillors. Read it all, thank you. But we do have an amendment here, or a change, not an amendment, a change. That bottom, B. Council requests the consideration be given to rail movement, train movements and future emergency... Oh, sorry, it keeps moving. F. Council requests that consideration be given to train movements and future emergency service vehicle crossings of the rail line proximate to the new Toowoomba Hospital campus. And I'm sorry, councillors, to muck you up and repeat something there. Do you want anything clarified? Is it okay? I'm sorry, yes, there is a change as well. Before Community Foundation, there should be Toowoomba Region. Thank you, Mike. So before that should be Toowoomba region. It'll be tidied up before next week. So thank you very much. And then that last change that came about the total rail movements. Thank you very much, Deanne. And the total rail movements as approximate to the hospital campus. So we're all happy with that? Sorry, Mike.
Sorry, councillors, I'm happy to tidy it up with council business for an ordinary meeting next week. And just that F there is talking about the previous council.
Sorry,
motions.
did we miss that, Mike?
No, it's not part of this. So
It's fixed. Okay, thank you. So, councillors, you're happy to adopt that today, and then we'll tidy it all up and ratify it next week. Is that okay?
the F is wrong. It's not what was requested.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but we'll get that wording back.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading what's there. So I think we're all fine, and it's okay, and it's just Deanne's. It's a huge a lot in the recommendation, and I think we've got the gist of it all, and I read it out properly, and we just need to change that so that change about the train movements and the hospital campus is added, and everything else, it'll be tidied up before next week. Are we happy to go forward with it the way it is?
It's fixed on screen.
It's fixed. Now. Is everyone okay with that? So I'll call for the vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you, Deanne. It's a huge thank you very much. Now I've lost my place. So will we keep going, Colin? Councillors, I think we've agreed to. I'll move to adjourn this meeting. We'll come back after lunch.
Happy to move till.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and seconded Councillor McMahon. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. We'll try to get back at 1. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, councillors and team, and welcome back to the Infrastructure Committee meeting for June. We're up to item 6, which is a public transport levy, proposed projects and initiatives, and just bringing to council's attention that should you want to discuss routes and different things in detail, in attachment 3, that we would need to go into confidential. For the reason being that there's nothing, these are discussions, and it's TransLink's information that we can't share with others at this point. So we'll go into the ordinary agenda, which anything that's in a public agenda we can talk about. So I'll hand over to Mike and Marie in her first committee meeting. Welcome, Marie. And they'll take us forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you, Chair. Councillors, the public transport levy, proposed projects and initiatives report, obviously tabled in front of you. I'll ask Marie shortly to give a bit of update. There's been a fair bit of discussion the last couple of weeks with TransLink in progressing a few opportunities. So that all happened. But just a bit of background, obviously the levy came in this time last year. We met with council in September. We then had further meetings with TransLink as workshop at senior at officer levels back in January and February this year. We then brought a information session to council back in, I think it was March there. So that was to the 26th of March, and that information session obviously is the attachment there. So that was from the workshops that we had with TransLink. That was pushing forward some initiatives and ideas of what could potentially happen over the years ahead. So I'll just hand over now to Marie to take us forward of some recent discussions, and obviously getting council's support now to start implementing a few things. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Just for information, since the writing of this report, there has been some progress with TransLink and some discussions with TransLink. So I just want to give you an update on where we are with that, and that specifically relates to the resourcing resolution in there. These are ongoing productive discussions, and we have resolved that we have now an ability to stand up resources as of the 1st of July. They're making available a half of a person who can work with us, and we have someone identified as potentially coming on board to work with us. That means as or around the 1st of July, we could actually start working on this in earnest and formally recognise the financial arrangements through the 1BR process. I just want to then take us to the initiatives and those discussions with TransLink. That initial focus of the work we'll be doing in the new year will be around building that relationship with TransLink and reviewing some of their aged documents, specifically around identifying some more regional opportunities and initiatives that we can bring forward. We've all agreed as a team we want to try and identify some quick wins that we can bring forward wherever possible. But noting some of the initiatives that we have listed in the report may take 12 to 18 months to work through, work with other stakeholders and then deliver. I think that's all I wanted to cover at this stage, but happy to take any questions.
So we'll take the report as read. Are there any questions in the open session, councillors? Mr Mayor?
Not really a question. Just commentary, if I could. No need to go into closed session from my perspective either in regard to these comments, Chair. If you don't mind, Marie, thank you very much for the update. I do appreciate it that the Minister was here 4 weeks ago, in fact. Such is the delight, and I use that term more broadly for the Minister, but the government in the approach that we've taken as a community to say that public transport actually is important for us to give people another means of transport, and therefore that the person, a 50-50 share is is good. We would have potentially, people would hear that and they think that they should be paying for it wholly and solely. The importance of having a 50-50 share is that we have equal input on behalf of our community and also TransLink. So we're not governed by TransLink in regard to what outcomes it may be. It's a 50-50 share in its true form. And so I guess that's a message that I'd like to make quite clear today. We could have easily asked for a person, but that wouldn't be in the true spirit of having our community front and centre in discussions. And so I acknowledge that first and foremost. I think the other initiatives that you speak about as far as low-hanging fruit potentially are ones that we'd love to see initiated quite quickly, and having a person on the ground to do that is imperative based on the reports and discussions that we've had with departments, and a number of councillors have had similar discussions. We have funding there. The community has put that aside for this purpose, and therefore we look forward to not only this plan to what it is now, those 6 points, but potentially what this new person may actually bring to the table. And so therefore, an update, even potentially quarterly, would be useful through you, Chair, to Mike, in regard to public transport, what that looks like for us. And that can simply be done through the GM's reports, Mike, potentially, nothing that needs a special report, but just so that it is front and centre, because it is very useful for elected representatives when we're talking to state members, both local but also the minister, to be updated and informed as they like to be. And so I know that you've done a lot of work operationally, and that's terrific, really is. And this is a good step forward in the right direction. So look, I endorse the approach. The fact that we've moved from when this report was written to where we are now, whether that needs to be reflected. It says notes the emerging resourcing relationship between TransLink and Council. Maybe it's now that we have that confirmed, we note the 50-50 share of a person as a coordinator for public transport for Toowoomba Regional Council may be more important for someone who reads this in another 6-12 months' time. So I'm happy for others to ask questions or comments, but potentially Acting CEO or Interim CEO, if that's something that actually item number 2 particularly may help to solidify exactly what's transpired since this was first written. I'd appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tim.
Chair, thank you. My question, a little bit more pointed, I suppose. Attachment 1 and 2 are not confidential, so I'll speak openly about them. Attachment 1 lists the public transport workshop initiatives, cost, delivery and prioritisation. So we're looking at the ones that have lower cost, easier to deliver and higher priority. Number 6 on that is ride share opportunities, including e-mobility, would to me be one of the lowest hanging fruits, with a low cost, short delivery and a high priority. Yet, despite there being an open motions, active motion still on the books that we implement e-mobilities, including e-scooters, I can't see that reflected in the 6 initiatives of the report agenda. So could you please explain?
Yeah, the support to e-mobility is very broad. It's not just pointed to like a hire scheme or anything like that. So e-mobility is bikes, it's scooters, it's a lot of that. So and where it's trying to add in from a public transporter perspective is the integration between the different forms of active transport that there is. Like you walk up to a bus stop, we've tried to take forward the opportunity to put cycles on buses and bicycles on buses and different things like that. So it's more, in the public transport realm, it's more to do that public transport is a very broad term. It's not just TransLink oriented, it's broader than that. And it can cover off on e-mobility suggestions that you've mentioned, as well as more broadly speaking, sort of any type of e-mobility that people may wish to use and integrate with PT services.
Thanks for your answer, Mike, and I accept the answer. I welcome the answer. I still personally believe that when we're talking about public transport initiatives and low-hanging fruit, e-mobility is where we need to be focusing at least some of our time, according to this attachment 1, and the fact that it's again removed from the key initiatives is to me some cause for concern. I can't see it modelled in the key initiatives, yet I still maintain it's an issue we should be looking into as a region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tim. I was down at my meeting last Friday a week ago, and there's been a paper put by RACQ to the state government and also to Brisbane City Council, on whom we had a representative there, calling for seats on scooters and full facial helmets on scooters. And so because of the injuries that are actually at casualties and there's been a call also for Queensland to align with other states in not allowing children, there's no law apparently, under 12 to ride scooters on public thoroughfares. So there's been those things called for because there's a lot of issues with not e-mobility but with scooters.
Acknowledging that, Chair,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Still don't have it in Toowoomba region though.
Well, that's for Queensland, so because you cannot regulate at this point private scooters, and there's quite a lot of them in our area, so you don't have to have a licence or anything else to drive those. Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Chair. This is more of a statement than a question, Mike and team. I still maintain it's a state government purview, public transport and responsibility. But in saying that, with the communities and council's contribution, I am so excited to see this actually take shape. It's been something that our community and region have been wanting, but needing, very much needing, for a very long time now. So to see these initial steps taking place and to see it resourced is a great step forward, and I'm really excited to see where to from here. So thanks for the work to date, but can't wait to hear more in the General Manager's reports going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mike and team. I note that we'll be working quite closely with TransLink. Will you also be talking to Bus Queensland about the routes selection within town?
Yeah, Bus Queensland be involved with conversations, but they're the contractor to TransLink. So we'll just be respectful of that relationship. So we'll obviously work with TransLink, but we'll talk to them how Bus Queensland comes into that conversation. Obviously, some of the initiatives definitely need their input as the contractor, because particularly if it's an expansion of routes or new routes and different things like that, and additional services and stuff like that in due course, you know, they've got to potentially get new drivers, new buses, all these sorts of things. So there's as we're saying, there could be a lead-in time of 12, 18 months or more, depending on some of the elements that go forward. Yeah.
Okay, because I imagine they'd have some good ideas too on route selection and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And secondly, I noticed we're talking Highfields, Oakey, Westbrook, Wairema as the main low-hanging fruit at the moment, but with those outer-lying areas, have we considered, I mean, it might be tricky to put them on a bus route now, for example, to Cecil Plains. However, is there a way that we can help those local communities with maybe not a bus route, but an active transport solution like a footpath here or there, just to enable people to still be able to use active transport in their towns if they're not on the bus route?
Probably the first part of your question around we are putting a focus on regional connectivity, or how we can assist in that PT space. Obviously, the PT levy is across the whole of the region, and we're very conscious of that and want to make sure that going forward, though TransLink is a main element of getting up and running, and you know, there will be a significant focus on that over the next 3 to 6 months. Concurrently and in parallel, we'll also be seeing what options there are that can sort of go forward in the more regional areas. In respect to footpaths and the like, that's part of Council's sort of ongoing network footpath network planning, and that we do, and we do upgrades across the whole of the region, as you're aware, and we put, I think it's about $1.5 million a year to when the budget allows, and sometimes more into that. So we're very conscious of how we can try to keep things happening in that regional areas. That'll be part of us coming back to council, and as well as the I suppose the group reports every quarter. Obviously, as some of those more regional ideas get evolve, there may be future council information sessions that we can come back and discuss further how things could, be improved from a PT perspective in the regions.
Great.
And I asked that question when we had our meeting, but those things will take a little bit longer than what we're doing first. They need more planning and discussion, I guess. And I suppose our message to our community is that we're looking at that, and as we said, this is early, quickly, and we'll be looking at how we can help most areas of our community.
Yeah, and I guess I raise it because when I'm out in the South, as a councillor for the South, a lot of those local communities have raised it and are concerned that they're paying for it, but they won't see any benefit. So I'm just raising that. Thank you.
But that goes across our whole area, and I actually lived in the South. So, but we, we need to. I asked that question. I know we're all impatient, and I know they are too. But we need to be. Mike will answer that question, but we need to be saying that we are looking at all those options. Yeah.
Yeah. What it's likely, and what we do know a little bit, say for the South as an example, there's a couple of potential private operators. And it's how we want to utilise this PT area levy in that sort of space. Could it be a support to their operations? So that would be obviously under a formal agreement if that occurs. So a lot of our work, as I said, has been TransLink focused to date, but going forward, we'll be exploring into those communities. Those opportunities, and also the long haul services such as the greyhounds and stuff like that. We'll be talking to them about how we can leverage off their services and things like that. So there's quite a breadth of ideas that we're looking at exploring in respect to supporting the regional staff as well as what TransLink can do.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for the report. Just a simple one, I think. In relation to the attachment 1, the workshop, item number 4. Could you just explain why the full review of current TransLink services, one assumes you mean that exist for Toowoomba, would be cost, would be in the high cost estimate there. Why would that take a lot of money?
Yeah. Just to explain the workshops, attachment 1 and 2 reflect the 2 workshops. The first workshop was getting the ideas out, what could happen, roughly what they would be, and then attachment 2 is the flow on from the first workshop, which is the second workshop where we're looking at those sort of elements. The issue originally deemed that a full network review from TransLink is a fairly significant resource allocation from themselves, and that's that. In this case, this is these workshops were joint, and that would have been the indicator from them. But subsequent to that, and what they've from an officer level, is that they've just been doing a refresh 5-year plan for Toowoomba. And what we want to do in the next 12 months is, under the second workshop there, and the second initiative there, is another refresh of that service review, particularly this time not looking at so much what's there, but what could be added or updated from there, so how that could be improved.
It sort of did say that it's a review of current. That's what sort of intrigued me as to why that would take. To a simple person like myself, I just look at the timetables of the buses and give you the answer.
The review, 2016 review, probably took a 12, 18 month period. The review took about a 12, 18 month period. There's a lot of engagement, like a full review is a lot of engagement with the community and different things like that. So there's a lot of elements go into to that. Yeah, maybe the term high cost there is probably a little bit maybe over the top, but yeah, that was just a workshop outcome. So we're just trying to be, with those two attachments, just open to council to what came out of both workshops. But just keep in mind, the second attachment is what's flowed on from the first workshop.
Thank you.
And Tofu?
Thanks, Chair. Just clarifying our emerging partnership between TransLink and Council. We aren't paying TransLink as a consultant or anything. They're paying their way, we're paying our way.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. It's, as the Mayor pointed out, it's about trying to build up a partnership, and one that we can leverage our investment as best we can. We're taking a lead on these from the likes of the Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast and the Nooses that have done these sorts of agreements in the past, and we've got copies of, we've got access to how these agreements have been put forward or put together previously. So we can, develop that up. That's tailor-made for Toowoomba region.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions, councillors? Comments? Mr Mayor?
Thanks, Chair. Just if perhaps we've got that number 2 just slightly strengthened would be good. And this is on the back of the Honourable Brent Mickelberg being here as well, and the relationship that's been formed. A lot of this, as we all know, is around relationships.
Quite passionate about it, isn't it?
Very much so. So slight changes there. There's a couple actually. Thank you for your assistance there, Interim CEO. Do appreciate that. That's perfectly fine from my perspective, Chair, and happy to move it if need be.
Just the word Queensland on the bottom line needs a Q, not a no.
On one screen it's a Q, on the other
So there we are, councillors. Sorry, there we are, and that's. I do agree with that. I think it is better to actually spell it out what we expect on behalf of our community and their levy money. So I think it's a way forward. So if there's no debate about that, I'll read. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Oh, sorry, Mike. Did you want to make?
I'm just looking at how the top line of number 3 reads, councillors. I think the 50-50 commitment, I think, is in respect to the resources. I think in regards to the outcome of the future, whatever the future initiatives are, we're hoping to leverage even better than 50-50, I think. So I'm just looking at just the
just need the words "and approves." It just needs to say 50-50 funding between Translink and council toward the new position.
Yeah.
That makes it clear, because we are expecting a little bit better, I think. So moved, Mr Mayor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Melissa? Thank you very much. Seconded, Councillor Melissa Taylor. If there's no debate on it, I'll read it out. Sorry, Mike, yes? You had a comment?
Just the second line just needs... No, it's been fixed.
It's been fixed, thank you. Happy
Sorry.
with that?
Yeah.
You're right? Okay, so the public transport levy proposed projects... Thank you. Sorry, on and off. Proposed transport levy, proposed projects and initiatives that Council 1 endorsed the 6 key initiatives to be undertaken in partnership with TransLink going forward, as listed in this report. 2, to negotiate with TransLink to develop a memorandum of understanding and related funding agreements for public transport service improvements across the Toowoomba region, and authorise the Chief Executive Officer or his delegate to negotiate and enter into these agreements. And 3, the Council notes the Queensland Government's commitment of 50-50 funding between TransLink and Council towards a new position. Should we say new or created? New? Same thing anyway. New position of coordinated public transport as part of a memorandum of understanding with the Queensland Government as resolved in number 2. So no debate? Those in favour? It's carried, thank you. Thank you, everyone. That completes the ISG committee meeting for June, and I'd like to thank everyone present and our team. Thank you very much. Thanks, Marie and Mike.
Okay. Good afternoon, councillors. Good afternoon, everyone in the room. I welcome you to the Environment and Community Committee meeting for 10th of June 2025. The meeting is open to the public and is also being live streamed. Thank you for those of you who are in the room today, and I acknowledge everyone also watching on Council's social media channels. Councillors, I will remind you to join the meeting on resolve, please. And I will open the meeting at 13:29 and hand over to Sally. Thank you. Oh, sorry, attendance, yes, apologies. My apologies. There are 2 leaves of absences, one for Councillor Gary Gardner and one for Councillor Bill Carl. No resolution required as it's already been granted. I don't have any, but are there any declarations of prescribed conflicts or declarable conflicts? Nope. And as always, if anything does come up, please notify me. I will open with item number 3, the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct updated master plan, and I'll hand over to Sally Egan. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today with Nick as GM and with Scott Dixon from Project Services, and we're seeking Council's endorsement of an updated Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct Master Plan, which will allow us to complete the planning piece of work, which is the local government infrastructure designation. So just a little bit of background. At an ordinary meeting of the 15th of December 2020, Council adopted the 2020 Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct, and at that time it was also decided that we would go for a local government infrastructure designation. Since that time, we have learned a lot more about the site and a lot more about the logistics of what we're dealing with, and there's also been some changes in the planning space with regard to the north-south corridor. And for that reason, we have brought to you today an updated master plan that takes into account some of those changes and provides us some site optimisation and integration of evolving community needs. The paper includes notes on major changes, and there's a comparison table provided, but in short, some of the key updates include the early inclusion of a synthetic track and field facility for athletics, some realignment of sporting facilities to address topographical and functional challenges and improve internal infrastructure such as reducing the length of road networks and enhancing planning design. The revised master plan also accommodates future transport corridors and supports sustainable land use. It also maintains key infrastructure such as the Premier Hub, I think, which was of interest to councillors in conversations past. It maintains the number of rectangular fields, but brings forward the athletics track and makes better use of the site. Stakeholder support has been secured for key changes, including the relocation of shooting and archery clubs from within the site and adjustments to the softball and baseball facilities. So I'll take the report as read and open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Do I have any questions? Councillor Shine.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Sally, for the report. Just one point that struck me was the change or the limitation of area as a result of the north-south transport corridor, 68,000 square metres down up to 96,000 square metres are being taken. Is that, I think, right? Looking at, I think it's on page 4.
Yep, I can address that if that's okay. So you're correct there, Councillor Shine. It is an increase in what was originally notified to council through the North-South Transport Corridor. What we have now is what they call the Charlton Bypass. So initially it was more of a slither of land that was going from the north to the south with some north land taken for some off-ramps. That's now grown to be, call it an extra 30% more due to additional off-ramps and on-ramps required to construct a future Charlton Bypass. It doesn't, in our opinion, it doesn't impact the precinct so much. Yes, we do lose some valuable land, but that land was originally under the 2020 plan earmarked for the shooting precinct and archers. So in our opinion, it's quite a moot point, really. So
I just can't find the map, but I was looking for a cricket oval as opposed to a rectangle. Have we got one?
There is one on the attachments. It might be further on. So I think it's. I can assure you, Councillor Shine, there are cricket fields.
I'll take your assurance.
Yeah, so ultimately what you'll see in the middle there is the 3 oval precinct.
Yep.
And in the middle is the AFL dedicated field.
Yep.
To the east is your dedicated cricket field with a turf pitch. and to the west will be a combination of AFL and cricket as well.
That's to the right of the...
Closest to the bypass,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Thank you.
I think someone else I may have overheard said there are other combination ovals as well that would definitely accommodate cricket or AFL. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Any further questions, councillors? Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. I've got about 4 or 5, so if I could tick them off. Thanks, Nick, Sally, team. I really welcome the inclusion of a synthetic running track, and I presume that's that big one with the C's on it. It doesn't say it, but I presume that's where it is. I did see an original master plan that had some sort of a water play splash future precinct included, and I'm not 100% either way, but is that still in here at all?
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. So, hard to see on the screen there, I appreciate that, but if you can see the D in the middle of the screen there we go. That is what we call the District Rec Park. So you are correct, in the previous revisions of the master plan, there was some water play areas, and I'd like to think there's some park run options and things like that. That has been scaled back just through consultation with Parks and Recreation. Sally can probably talk to some of those aspects, but there is definitely a playground, if you like, for the community that will be in the middle of the precinct. I just want to highlight too that playground, if you like, or that district rec park actually sits outside this project in a funding capacity. It sits in the LGIP space, so it doesn't fall within the budget of this particular project. But Sally, if you're able to talk to that.
Yep, so I'll take over there. So the district rec park is a district rec park, so it'll fit into the same standards of service as district rec parks do, and it'll be subject to the same growth triggers that will trigger the implementation of that. So it may be out of sync with the delivery of the sports park components of this project, and we'll wait, for want of a better term, until there is enough demand in the catchment to build that up from LGIP.
Yeah. Thanks for the answer. I don't need any further clarification. You wanted to give me.
I was going to say whether it's a water park product or not will depend on community consult at the time.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I suppose whilst I lament that there is still now not really a concrete plan to have any water play in Toowoomba region past 2034, I don't know if I personally see too many people going, I've got a footy game at Charlton, let's pack the boardies and run around in the water play. Well, like I don't see that's honestly the kind of use that I would envision for this site. So I suppose I just wanted clarification on that, and happy to work with you guys at the appropriate time on that. When you go to the site now, and it's a question along Councillor Shine's the north-south proposed road that is now not proposed, meaning my viewing of this master plan, if you scroll down, will be everyone turning off the Warrego Highway where the shooters and the archery are at present, and the logistics of doing that when you've got buses coming straight off the Warrego Highway onto this. So, I mean, now that there's not a road to the east of this site, that's kind of what we've got to do. But you guys are happy with that turning lane and how it's all going to work?
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. The left in, left out is what we call that access onto Toowoomba Connection Road. It is has a long history within council and with TMR because that is their road network. It is still a piece that's in development, I'll call it. There's some contention whether or not it's actually a safe access, whether or not we can actually provide an exit from the site onto Toowoomba Connection Road is all still being investigated. However, since the North-South Transport Corridor got scrapped, I'll use the TMR language, scrapped, it has opened up another opportunity to create a northern access road off Gowrie Junction Road, which is fantastic because it's already an unnamed road reserve that's in council's favour. It's a much complementary, sort of say, road reserve in that it doesn't have as much earthworks, so therefore it'll be cheaper. It's also a much safer location to actually connect on the Gowrie Junction Road. So To your point, left in, left out is still unknown. It will be there in some capacity, whether it be just for emergency vehicles to service the Royal Fire Brigade down the
The
road.
north is the main one.
Sorry?
North is the main access.
Initially, yes. Yeah, but
Yeah, sure.
both accesses will ultimately be the same.
Right, so there'll be something up there.
Just before you go on, Councillor McMahon, GM Nick would like to make comment.
Thank you, Councillor Melissa. Councillors, if I could ask, Dan, if I could ask you just to zoom out a little bit to give an overall view of the attachment there. Councillors, the original, just to give some context, the original proposed main entry point was that entry at the bottom of the page. It's dotted, it's got a dotted greenish colour around it, and it's got a label, I think it might be M on it. That was our originally proposed main entry and exit point, and Scott alluded to the high cost associated with construction of that entry point given the topography of the site. And Scott's now alluded to further up the page in yellow, I think it's also labelled M. That's the new opportunity for us to create an additional entry and exit point, and it comes at the benefit to council in terms of costs. So our efforts for first entry points would more than likely be focused around that location rather than the location further to the south. To the south. The southern entry point also comes with complexities around its proximity to the highway. So the connection point off of Gowrie Junction Road, I think it is, into the highway has queuing issues and other traffic management considerations. So it's to great benefit that the new opportunity to also include that northern entry point.
No, thanks. Welcome the new road. I don't hate merging onto the highway, but my world order of, and I'll tell this to TMR, is you've got to make the merging lanes longer instead of coming a duck out after 20 metres, go 100 or so, and that would be in and out. So thanks for clarifying that. Can I continue, Chair? A few more, thanks. The shooting and archery are now no longer there, and they were getting a council facility. Now they're not. So are they funding their own, or are we going to build them something else?
I think it might be a combination of Nick and myself, but so through the consultation phase with the shooters and the archers, they identified themselves that their sport wasn't complementary to the other sports that are within the precinct. We can all appreciate that. They approached council to see what other land options council had available. The report talks of investigations happening out at Athol, which is TMR-owned land. However, as to council's position on the actual funding of their relocation, I'm not so sure. Council may contribute to the land. Nick might be better placed, but one of the particular shooting clubs has actually expressed their own desire to buy the site. So, Nick, if you wanted to comment further.
Thank you. Look, I think there'll be some expectation for council to contribute and assist in some way. Naturally, there will be savings to this project by the non-delivery of those components and aspects, which you might argue could be made available to assist with the other options. We're exploring sites. We're exploring what that might look like. Early stage feasibility preliminary assessments there, and they'll be the subject of further conversation with council and future reports and budget submissions.
Thanks, Nick. I suppose the archers are there now, and they won't be once this starts. I welcome those ongoing conversations at an officer level. Thanks for that. If I could have the map back up, please.
I was just going to, sorry, excuse me, Councillor McMahon. As I said, the archers technically aren't in the precinct, but they are. We have identified some lots of land that council actually owns adjacent to, and they are ecstatic with that because it means a very minimal move for them.
Oh, cool.
They aren't complementary to the other shooting clubs, so for them it seems a very, very natural separation. So.
Sure, I don't know what the range on a bow and arrow is these days, but I welcome those conversations. Thanks for trying to look after everyone. Chair, another question is I looked at this map and thought, gee, letter E, that looks like a cool sports field, but it's a bus turnaround. And I suppose we're here to put sports fields here, but we also need parking, bus turnarounds, infrastructure, the whole deal. So, Nick, with a really quality bus turnaround and there's the overflow parking on several locations, have we, I mean, my reading is by the time we build this, if we build every one of those fields, we're still going to be, as a region, field stressed. And so I'm aware we need land for parking of cars and buses, but I don't want there to be more land for parking that could have been sports field. So that balance, could you comment?
So there's two things going on in the map, councillor. So that's precinct E that you've picked out as an interesting looking sports field, and that's actually softball. And
Oh, it is, right.
Yeah.
In the little thing up the top.
other sort of E is the bus turnaround, that little white one.
Oh, right. So that's softball.
Yeah. We've had a few conversations about parking, and there is a bit of ongoing tension about how much should be parking and how much should be sports field. And at the moment, we're falling heavily in favour of sports field.
Thanks for that. Sorry, there's two E's and I've picked the wrong one, but welcome the softball relocation. Chair, I've got another couple. Would you like to comment on that point, or do you want me to keep going?
Councillor Taylor will comment on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to comment on the parking, and I think it'd be a really backward step not to allow enough parks. I've been out at Highfields when there's a big event on out there. They're up on the trees, they're on the garden, they're just absolutely everywhere. The trees, are unbelievable and quite dangerously parked, and also then blocking roadways and other things. So a nice balance would be good. So I wouldn't like to see it undercooked on either. But certainly we need to make sure that there's enough room there for parking, or they'll be all over your sports fields. Thanks.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Shine, can I just get you to turn your microphone off, please? And Councillor McMahon. And is yours on parking? Yes, Councillor Farquhar.
In relation to parking, I note that UQ, for example, have their synthetic surfaces and then parking underneath, and I don't know if will multiply the cost, but when it comes down to land and land use, it's something to be considered.
Councillor Mantyfel, no? Oh, okay. Councillor Shine.
On the parking, while I'm at it, quite a few of us had the benefit of planning tour recently by bus, and one of the places we visited was the tennis centre, and fortunately it's beside the railway line and railway station, and would be few people who would go there and park a car somewhere. I don't think you can, probably. Well, I wouldn't argue if you're on tennis, Carol, but I think a lot of people travel by public transport, namely the train. It's a good walk from Gary Junction Station, I would have thought, but for athletic-minded people, it'd be nothing, I suppose. But just looking to the future, is there any what will public transport be like in 50 years' time, sort of thing? And I don't know if you can make some sort of provision from that railway line in your planning or thinking, anyway.
GM Nick.
I think they're all really good points, councillors, and it's that everlasting conflict between the investment in the green stuff for people to play sport on versus making sure that they can get there and have somewhere to park their cars. And I like to always use the analogy of building a church for the Christmas Day crowd. So if you went to church on Sunday, there wasn't many people there, but if you go on Christmas Day, there'll be a stack and there won't be enough chairs for us. And providing car parking is a bit similar. We'll provide enough for the normal weekly sport, but there'll be events where that won't be enough, and we'll need to make alternate arrangements. We've tried to provide for overflow parking in some of the additional areas. And certainly, to your point, your last point, Councillor Shine, about public transport and what will it look like into the future, we've given consideration to that, and we're trying to build in flexibility and adaptability that we can respond into the future. So Councillor McMahon motivated all of that with reference to the bus turnaround point. So we've thought that far, but you can see the site allows some flexibility for us into the future as we need to respond to changing community needs.
Thanks, Jim. Nick, I've got Councillor Taylor on parking.
Just a quick comment. The golf club at Tennyson have a shuttle bus. People park their cars at the golf club. It's an opportunity, and maybe there'd be someone around here for the big events that could happen. But they also go by buses from other areas to the Tennyson Tennis Centre. Thanks.
If I can just make a comment too, there is a lot of green space left on this site. So I guess we feel like it can evolve over time.
Okay, thank you. So if you're happy to wait, Councillor McMahon, I had Councillor Farquhar. Have your questions been asked yet? No. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair, and apologies if this has been answered. Just with the Category C road that's been put aside for the Charlton bypass, which is point number 3 in the Table 1 comparison. Point number 2. Is it, can you just point that out? Does it just go along where that major highway is now, or where is the Category C land that's been put aside?
I'll address that if that's all right, Councillor. So to the north, you can actually see the strings there. It might be a little hard for you to see, but it has been noted with Charlton bypass on that.
Oh, yeah.
So as alluded to before, there's a number of overpass and underpasses that are in that vicinity of the site. So
Great. Thank you. And then on page 7, I just note with funding, skip like 26, 27 and 27, 28 with the project pausing, and very aware of our financial challenges and this dam. Is there any way we can apply for state or federal funding, do you think, for this to bring it forward potentially? If in 25-26 we finalise the detailed design, preliminary works and planning approval?
Well, yes, but my understanding is we're working to a capital works cap. So even if we do get grant funding, we would be requesting permission to lift the cap.
Okay.
So to do the investment that we need to do in the dam and keep all of the other balls in the air, then we really have no choice except to defund this. I would expect that once it comes live as a funding stream back in the council budget, we would be aggressively seeking grant funding to assist.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Mantyfel? Yes, and then Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. How many stages will this be built over? It's just to, I think, anybody listening online, press, whatever, will want to know how many stages it is, and then I've got a couple follow-up questions on that.
So there's actually 8 stages identified at the moment. To remove a clash in terminology, we've used the word precinct instead of stages. That was a selective choice recently at a board level because there was some confusion, because staging refers to how you would sequence the construction of the site. So essentially there's 8. So previously there were 7, with a future stage 8, which included things like the athletics and indoor aquatic centre and your netball courts and things like that as well.
What time frame would that go over if we get financial support somewhere? And if we built it today, how many dollars would it cost? Sorry.
There is some numbers at the back end of the report, there, Councillor Manteuffel. It's hard to say hand on heart how much it would cost, of course, with unknowns with when we would actually commence work and things like escalation and other bits and pieces. But I think I've got in the report that it's about 265 to 315 million. So originally council had endorsed, I think it was 197 million. So that's just pure change in supply chain and the cost of doing business these days. So there are, I was going to say, yeah, and that program has pushed out to now over 20 years, which increases cost significantly. There would be a balance, and I think I mentioned this at the council information session too, that council could self-perform certain elements of these works to save some of those costs. So the cost estimate that we have at the moment is based on a contractor-led construction over a 36-month period. So there's no actual staging. It's just from stage A to H.
Also with clubhouses that may be relocating out there, like football clubs or soccer clubs, if they relocated out there and we set the facility up, would we then be able to, wherever they are based now, sell their land to recoup some of that cost? That's a very hypothetical question.
The answer to the question is it depends. It depends on their current arrangements. So any sports are occupying existing council facilities, the opportunity to do that is limited to none because the demand analysis is telling us that we need the existing facilities we've got plus these facilities and then some more. So the opportunity to dispose of those land is limited. If there are some sports that were to relocate here that currently occupy their privately owned facilities, that's a different story, and we would need to cross that bridge when we come to it. You know, those clubs are rugby league clubs and the like, primarily in Toowoomba at the moment. However, this sporting facility is planning not so much to cater for those sports, but to cater for the sports that currently occupy council-owned land.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manteuffel. Councillor McMahon.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, for circling back. To have a few more, if I could. And I suppose that shows my interest in the project, so thank you for that. Back onto the parking, I trust your expert analysis on it. My look is when you have those little lines for the overflow parking, and I know there's more to a sports field than a space, it's got to be level and the like, but my thinking is if needs be, you could probably squeeze a few more fields in some of those overflow parking areas and move the parking slightly to the side, should needs be. I do want to ask a question / comment around staging and budget. Noting, as Councillor Trevor alluded to, we have in our 10-year forward estimates 106 million in our capital works 10-year estimates for a project set to cost $315 million in today's budget. And by the time we get to it, it will be significantly more than that. The community shouldn't necessarily think all this is going to be done tomorrow. A and B, sections A and B, which is the fields we so desperately need, according to your timelines, 2031-ish, and then C is within 10 years. So we should expect probably the first three sections, A, B and C, C including the Tartan running track, within the 10 years. Is that pretty much an ample expectation of this?
Councillor McMahon, your assumption is correct. Yeah, that is our expectation. So Birchells, who are doing detailed design for us right now, are doing detailed design of Precinct A, which includes the combination field to the north as well. And they've also, I guess, because of the efficiency and design of rectangular fields, if you like, they're also progressing stage, or shouldn't say stage, Precinct B.
Right.
So in the background, we actually have a multi-criteria analysis which is live at any one time. The plan is to revisit that every 6 months if needs be, which actually dictates our sequencing of construction based on a numerous number of inputs or criteria that's been determined by council. and those can change at any one time. So if athletics was to become the priority, it could essentially become, call it precinct B or stage 2 or something like that. So.
Yeah, thanks for that. I suppose it's an education piece with the community who are going to see this after today's meeting go, you beaut. Really, if we could get our first soccer games in precinct A by 2032, noting that there's 2 years, and it's at the bottom of the screen now, where we haven't allocated any money to this because of our other budgetary commitments, that we could see, junior soccer running around here probably 2032 on a good day. So I think as well, just to comment on that, there seems to be a fair bit of grant money around, and one of the things they're saying is you need to have it shovel ready. So if we pass all of this off, we've got the master plan, we've got it, that's where our Tartan running track is going. Does that make it shovel ready and therefore a better option for a state or federal government grant?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I guess the terminology shovel ready means that it's an IFC or issued for construction project. Athletics wouldn't be at that stage with the funding that we have currently allocated into next financial year. That will ultimately achieve precinct A will be IFC, so we can at any time pick up that design and ultimately go and deliver. However, to your point around grants, there are some federal grants around that will support master plan and business cases and even design. However, their time frame on delivering the project is quite strict, as you can imagine.
Huge, yeah.
And a lot of those have 2 tranches or 2 streams. They typically then flow into stream 2, and these are grants up to $50 million, which we've explored. However, there's, I guess, confidence within council is that we wouldn't be able to have that delivered by the deadline. We'd have to seek a dispensation from the federal government to do that. So, Nick can, if you wanted to talk to that as well, but if not.
No, I think you've answered it adequately, Scott. Councillors are certainly aware of grant opportunities, and Councillor McMahon, yourself, you're familiar with council obtaining grants and then being under time pressure. And, there are some grants around at the moment, but they would require bringing forward of budget into those years where we have no budget, which has an impact on council's broader capital works program. And I think it's incredibly ambitious for us to be able to deliver within that time frame, notwithstanding the financial challenges. So I think there would be reputational risk in bringing forward and pursuing, because I think delivery would be certainly compromised at best.
Yeah. Thanks for the conversation. I welcome those comments. Can I have one more? And it's my last one, I promise. We live in a region with significant European history and significant First Nations history, and every time we fix something, I mean, I'm speaking of the People First Bank building down the road where they've found some amazing, historical significance underneath there. This site has some you've identified in the master plan. My remembering also was there were some First Nations marking location trees and the like. So it's really good to see that sort of stuff incorporated into this plan, the culvert and the rail trail and those other things. It's kind of in a part where it's away for where most of the people go. I like the idea that we celebrate our history and say, hey, this is here, it's cool. So it's to the northwest of the site where the letter R and B are, and then the Indigenous or the First Nations one around there as well. Can we make a feature of it?
Again, thank you for your question, Councillor. The historic rail culvert is actually an active culvert, so it actually serves a purpose to the site right now. Analysis through the stormwater, that work that Birchells have done in the design actually indicates that it won't benefit the site, but we will retain it for its historical significance. In regards to First Nations people, we've actively engaged with the Western Waka people and have done multiple site inspections and test pitting with them to identify particular areas. You've notified or called out the scarce trees, which is they are definitely elements we want to retain. Part of the design or the urban design of the precinct is to actually identify Garry Mountain as well as being this significant piece to the First Nations. And I'm quite passionate about this, is that we will try and retain signage and wayfinding that complements that and tells the stories of the First Nations people about the significance of that site. It tells us that it was actually quite a significant site in that lots of tribes actually met on that site on their way to the Bunya Mountains. So we would try and retain that where possible.
Thanks for that. I really welcome the answer. I don't have any more questions, Chair. Thank you for that. Do you want me to move it? Or?
No.
Good.
Well, yes, you can, but just not yet. Settle down. Councillor Von Hoff.
Just one, thanks, Madam Chair, thanks, colleagues. So, and thank you, team, for this. So, as has been already highlighted, even in a scenario where this could be built today, we'd still be short of sporting ovals. Are we pursuing, is council pursuing fields outside of Charlton?
No. So at the moment, our focus, this is our major strategic directive, but we have the usual land banking arrangements in place. So we are pursuing green space or open space as part of development conversations and opportunistically buying things as they come up. And whether or not they become a district rec park or a local park or a sports facility can be a question for the future. But we're not actively pursuing purchases for sports facilities at this time. It's something that we will have to look at when we review the SAL plan.
Follow up if I could, thank you. And I was just about to say, when is that happening again?
It's due for a review in 2026, so we'll have to start shortly.
When you say due for review in 2026, that's when the findings are handed down in 2026?
Yeah, I can't, I'll have to take the question on notice. I can't remember. We had this conversation with council not that long ago, and I can't, we were discussing whether or not we would put it in the ops plan. I think we decided we would leave it until an out year, and I can't remember whether that was started in 2026 or have it finished in 2026, but I'll take the question on notice.
I'd appreciate that, thank you.
If I can add to Sally's advice, I think the other influencing pieces of strategic work for council is the local government infrastructure plan, so the work that we're doing in that space as well, and that sets our desired standards of service. So, that those desired standards of service when it relates to sports facilities are hectares per 1,000 people of population for us is the way we derive the demand and the need. To add to Sally's points around the land banking, we bought additional land adjacent to the Highfield Sports Park, so there's capacity to expand there. I think all of our planning resources have been consumed by this project, it's fair to say, so the bandwidth to be exploring those other options hasn't been there just at the present time, but will emerge into the future, and the review of the sale plan will present that to us. I think equally the pressure on the capital works budget, knowing that at some point in the future before we can afford to do some of these things too, also directs where the effort is going and where there'll be a return on that investment. But I think it's worth, the highlights well noted that we still have an undersupply against our adopted levels of service, and that's a challenge that we need to turn our minds to.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I now, as a result of this conversation, even we've got much more clarity, and the community has a lot more clarity on the timelines and the cost of this. And what that does is draw into sharp view that we are really running headlong into we're already short. We're talking about 20 years here, and people need the fields right now. So you do the maths, carry the one, we're really in a bind. So we need to, if this is what it is, I welcome that review, because I think we're going to have to start to think of some more lateral ways of adding to our supply. If it's not Charlton, where's it going to be? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Von Hoff. Mayor McDonald.
Thanks very much, Chair. I do appreciate that. Thank you for the update. This has had a fair journey to get to this point, with changes that are beyond our control. So I appreciate you getting to where we are. I guess what I wanted to emphasise was that, the cost escalations of over 50% potentially in 5 years, which tells a story of all of infrastructure projects, I would suggest to you. So as is the desire for us to push ahead with this, and I applaud us to do that. Sally, your words around our envelope of funds available for capital projects is an important one. Therefore, the numbers that are now quoted as estimates, 265 to 315, in some level of irony, are very close to another project that we have, very close to what they are. So these are big projects. You're nearly $750 million by the time that's finished. Let's throw in a new aquatic centre. So these are things that we're seeing as a growing community, which emphasises the need for us to support private enterprise, to support collaboration, support perhaps other ways of funding things, and particularly lean on state and federal government, of which they also have not got an unlimited supply of funds. So this is about, from my perspective, identifying that over the passage of time, there's been changes forced upon us with the design. There's also been opportunities gathered because of those changes. And those opportunities are more around the need for an elevation, if you like, of a tartan track to the standard that is befitting of our region. The timing is interesting because 2032 is 7 years away, tartan track potentially 2034. And this is where, from a legacy perspective, Olympics, Paralympics, it would make perfect sense for us to be on the front foot. But we can only do that after we get this to a point. That's why I'm encouraged to get it to where we are now with those changes. And in some ways, it's good that we have had those changes because it's changed the way of thinking with some of these things. So for that reason, all costs aside, and at the moment, billions and millions are rolling into whatever they are at the moment, unfortunately, across the nation. So that aside, I think we need to push ahead, get to a point where we have a prospectus to go to government and be serious about the fact that if you're not going to fund us this, guess what? We've got this. Because our community deserve this, to be fair. They do deserve this. So very pleased with how it is. Happy to support Councillor McMahon and appreciate the work. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor McDonald. Any other questions, councillors? In the absence of any further questions, I will put the motion that Council endorses the updated Toowoomba Regional Sports Precinct Master Plan 2025 Attachment 1. I have a mover in Councillor McMahon, a seconder in Mayor McDonald. Any need for debate, councillors? All those in favour? Passed unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Sally. I welcome Paul Reynolds and Fatima Zara to the front of the room. And I now invite you all to item number 4, Weaving a Collective Future, Toowoomba Region's Intercultural Strategy 2025 to 2030. And I'll ask Paul to introduce. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. Weaving a Collective Future, Toowoomba Region's Intercultural Strategy 2025 through 2030 is the first council strategy that is dedicated to foster an inclusive, connected and interculturally vibrant community. Developed through extensive research and community engagement, the strategy outlines the long-term commitment to multiculturalism as a shared community value. Councillors, you may recall an information session on this topic on the 28th of January earlier this year. The strategy identifies 4 key goals, the first being successful transitions and connectedness, second, cultural awareness and exchange, the third, community engagement and participation, and the fourth, inclusive practice and advocacy. Councillors, the strategy identified at Attachment 1 emphasises a whole-of-community approach, with Council working in partnership across the sector and different levels of government to activate these goals. Through a staged implementation plan and robust evaluation framework, the strategy aims to guide the Toowoomba region towards more equitable and interconnected future. Councillors, the strategy is grounded in evidence-based research as outlined in the needs analysis of culturally diverse communities in the Toowoomba region technical report, which features as attachment 2. We're happy to take the report as read and take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions, councillors? Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Probably not a question, but a comment, if you don't, with your indulgence, just to comment on this. I'd like to. It's been quite a journey, obviously, to get to this stage as well. So, and I think this document that we have today, or what we're passing today, is another great example, obviously, of the value of collaboration between council and community. This is one as well that highlights, I think, the value of our advisory committees. Multicultural Advisory Committee was formed halfway through last term, and this was a big goal and a big vision of the Multicultural Advisory Committee. So again, I want to pay tribute and credit to all of those people that were a part of that initial Multicultural Advisory Committee. Paul outlined everything I think that we need to know in regards to this. So the only other thing that I certainly want to add to this as well is to pay credit to Fatima Zahra beside you, FZ, for your role in this. It's quite a journey when you consider. FC was was a community member of our first Multicultural Advisory Committee, and also want to pay credit to Kate Venables, because between yourselves, you sort of discussed, you had a passion around wanting to create a document or find the gaps, I suppose, that exist from our community when it comes to services towards our multicultural community. And from that, it sort of went through Multicultural Advisory Committee to the point of where we land today. And as I said, when we land here today, you, as, yes, a community member, but now, of course, in your role now with Toowoomba Regional Council. So I know it's something that has meant a lot to you. Yes, there's a lot of evidence base that's gone into this, but there's a lot of your passion and lived experience as to why we've landed with this. So I do want to pay particular credit to yourself for this document. It is something, as you said, is a first for this region, and it is the important part, I think, about it is the successful delivery of this strategy is not going to be something that's just through council. It's actually that whole of community approach. So I think that's something that's important to it. So, and then in the background, I know as well, Mark Oliver and Warren Ridgely played a big role in the investigation with this as well, and also to Daryl Bates that sits down the back that obviously supported it from day one, Paul, yourself, and then Nick, to be able to get where we are today. So I think it's a document that I'm really proud to say that Toowoomba Regional Council hopefully will endorse today and next week. And if there aren't any further questions, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillor Taylor, second. Any further questions, councillors? No. Well, in the absence of any questions, I will put the motion that Council adopt and publicly release Weaving a Collective Future, Toowoomba Region's Intercultural Strategy 2025 to 2030. Attachment 1 is Council's guiding framework for advancing intercultural inclusion, community connection and regional collaboration. And I meant to say I echo Councillor O'Shea's words and you summed it up beautifully, so thank you. I have a mover in Councillor O'Shea, a seconder in Councillor Carol Taylor. All those in favour? Passed unanimously. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, team. And we welcome Daryl Bates to the front of the room. So we now have item 5, Core Community Support Program 25-26, 26-27, 27-28 and 28-29. Thank you, and I'll pass over to you, Paul. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. This report seeks council consideration of the Core Community Support Program scheduled for 25-6 through 28-29. Councillors, you may recall an information session back in late February this year which discussed the outcomes of this program as it related to the 23-24 and 24-25 financial year. The Core Community Support Program provides consistent payments and insurance support to various community groups through a non-competitive funding assistance program. The proposed schedules, as outlined at Attachment 1 and 2, aim to offer certainty and continued support to the groups identified, ensuring their operations and contributions to the broader community over this term. These attachments also outline the agreed conditions and expected KPIs. The report also seeks to extend the core community support period from previously being a biennial cycle to a council term basis. So that is a change proposed in this report. So through to 28-29 being in the first year of the new council term. This report also identifies operational improvements in relation to the program, thus delivering operational efficiency in terms of administrative requirements. Happy to take the report as read and respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions, councillors? Councillor McMahon?
Thank you, Chair. Paul, some very worthy recipients of community support core payments, but there are also a lot of worthy ones who are not on this list. And I just suppose I wanted to talk through, some people get it every year without trying, some people have got to go the competitive option. Have we ever mooted the idea of removing this completely? Not saying I want to, saying has it ever been thought through around as a money-saving device? If you want your grant, no matter who you are, you've got to apply for it.
Thanks for the question. Short answer is yes. There are a range of things that we're looking at or have looked at and continue to look at across the Community Development Facilities and Tourism branch. This is certainly one. I think the annual value is in the order of $200,000 to $250,000, 221 actually, in 25-26. So this is the non-competitive component of grants. We've also got the competitive component, which is around circa $500,000 to $600,000, and then the sponsorships budget on top of that. So all inclusive, it's approaching $1 million per annum. So it is a large number, and it is certainly something that council could consider whether they wish to continue with it or not.
Thanks for that. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we look at this money. These halls are the centre of their community. We have a lot of halls here, whether they're council owned or whether they're not, they provide a function in bringing community together and allowing them to have events and services that we don't provide to have. For instance, the Wairima Hall, so very often used, so regularly, and what we provide there is assistance with the insurance. This came about when the public liability insurance went through the roof, and people who used to hold things in their houses or their lounge room or something else were no longer game to do that, so they had to go to the public hall. So, I mean, we support things in the city where you have many options. In large populated areas, you have many options where you can choose to go somewhere to hold something. Out in these communities, the centre of most of these communities is their public hall, and you will find that it's well used for the population that exists in that community, and you cannot compare them to a place that is actually like the city or like Highfields. So I think that it's $1,700 a year to keep a community going. As far as the insurance part of it goes, I think that we're getting out of that quite cheaply when we would be asked to provide a facility for that community. For instance, Hodsonvale had nothing. The community got together and built what was a shed. They raised thousands of dollars to fit that shed out. The floor was donated. The tennis courts were built mostly by donations, and then council forgave them a loan which they'd gotten for us for $10,000. So we got a facility that was worth quite a lot of money with community support, which now belongs to us. But you will find that a lot of those situations were how it happened in Cambodia. The lodge of the day built the hall and gave it to the community. So council now administers the Cambodia Hall, and I know the maintenance of it gets on, but you have to probably think back to why they thought they needed a hall in the first place. And that's a opportunity and a place for people to get together. I think we need to be really careful when we start trying to rationalise with facilities that mean a tremendous lot to a community that isn't and doesn't have access to a city's facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, Councillor McMahon, and then Councillor O'Shea.
Thanks, Chair. I did have another question. Sorry, I missed it. I just wanted to talk about the halls, and Councillor Carroll said it very well. Some of them are very meaningful to their community. We have a halls policy that we are working through, and I forget where it's up to be honest, but it's come to this council several times. We're working through it. Some of our halls are not used. Some we may need to have some conversations about moving forward. So does this, if we're going to give them insurance for the 4 years, all of these halls have been adjusted into that strategy that are on this list?
Through you, Chair, I might take that one. Councillor McMahon, Property Services has carriage of the community hall strategy to which you refer, and they are slowly working their way through that. Resources have been redirected towards other activities, most notably probably the Toowoomba Regional Art Museum business case in recent times. So we will pick that piece of work up and bring it back to council. There's opportunity for us to address the implications for insurance through that process. This insurance is not only for council-owned halls, which would be the subject of that report, but also for non-council-owned halls, so little relevance to those. So just bite the bullet with me, Nick. If in 3 years one of our council-owned halls was no longer a council-owned hall, would we still have to pay the insurance on it? No, we wouldn't, no.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Shea.
So, Madam Chair, I was just going to say I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, councillors? In the absence of further questions, I have a mover in Councillor O'Shea, a seconder in Councillor McMahon. Any need for debate? No. All those in favour? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Thanks for your input, Daryl.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors.
Okay, so I welcome to the front Tani Pierce and Sue Lostro, please, for item number 6, realigning council's cultural grants. Thank you, Tani. I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before you, you have a report to seek council endorsement to reallocate the Cultural and Arts Support Grant Program budget to the Regional Arts Development Fund, the RADF Fund program, to operate in accordance with RADF program guidelines commencing in the 25-26 financial year. Noting that if this change is endorsed at the next policy review, the community grants policy will be updated to reflect the discontinuation of the Cultural Arts Support Program in its current form. I'll take that report as read, but happy to take questions. Thank you.
Just a question, changing the grant facility over, is it going to be financially beneficial for TRC in doing so?
It is actually. So under the RADF funding, we're paid in yearly instalments, but it's a 2-year agreement and it's dollar for dollar matching of what we put forward. So at the moment we put forward $25,000 for RADF. If the CAS money was brought over, it'd be $45,000, which Arts Queensland will match. So it's a $25,000 increase.
That's a win-win for us. Some good news, finally.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon?
Afternoon. Do I always talk this much? Question. Don't answer that. We looked into this a few years ago, and we basically removed all councillors from the grant procurement process. That's not the right word, but it goes to an officer level now through the CEO instead of us. However, my knowledge of it is that the RADF still has its own board which decides it. So I'm just wondering, will this be through the grants process for the CEO, or will the RADF board, which I think Councillor Melissa is the chair and I was last term, decide these grants moving forward?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor McMahon. Yes, because, short answer, yes, it will still be through the Regional Arts Development Fund Advisory Committee, because that's one of the requirements working with state. We have state guidelines that we have to adhere to, and so that's part of the process for RADF.
Thank you for that. Can I flag I'm not overly comfortable with that, because we're probably going to fall into the same. Well, it was declared a conflict of interest last time for Councillor Laws to be on the board that endorses the grant, and then we're perhaps going back to that process through councillor involvement in the RADF fund.
If we chose to, sorry, Chair, if we chose to go this way, so moving the CAS funds into RADF, we have to adhere by the RADF guidelines. So Arts Queensland lay out those guidelines, and that includes special guidelines for the creation of the RADF Advisory Committee. So it's well within the limits of that RADF Advisory Committee, but it is, just to give you that further context.
If I might add, please, Chair, part of the procedures of the administration of the Regional Arts Development Fund Advisory Committee have a fairly rigorous, well, it is a rigorous conflict of interest process. So councillors can actually declare a conflict at that point. We're also about to bring this funding program into the Smarty Grants platform as well, which adds another layer of protection for you. But happy to take if any concerns on board and unpack that with the group and with the state government advisory people.
Thank you, Sue, Tani. Just final question, if I'm a local up-and-coming artist, do I have any difference in outcome of a grant going through CAS or RADF? RADF?
If I could take that one too. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think it might be bold, but I would suggest there's a potential to have easier access to funding through this program, because our committee has the ability to just make a decision on small value grants, which is one of the changes that came through when the state upgraded their approach to RADF. So at the moment, it's a two-stage process. If you're asking for serious money, everyone starts with an expression of interest, and then we invite people to come and have a face-to-face conversation with the advisory to talk through their project. But the advisory does have the ability for small funds, for small requests, to actually just approve them.
Thank you, Sue. I like bold. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. I have concerns about this, and I suppose it's no different to before we were amalgamated. Everyone had their own little RADF committee, and there's been a huge drawing up of people out in the community that want to do something and are supported to do something. So this is adding another layer of control to it with the state government. And if you were a small artist, doesn't matter how prodigiously talented you are, unless you're able to go through this great process, you receive no recognition or assistance whatsoever. And I actually know that in our area, like with the smaller councils, we all got together with Toowoomba, and there was a tremendous amount of people that were encouraged to go on and be successful and given workshops and all those sorts of things. That no longer happens. We don't get the same money that those 8 councils got from the state government. We get nowhere near it, and it's not going out doing its job, in my view, that it used to do in encouraging people, particularly working from home or someone who's just trying to start off. So I do have reservations about it, but I have reservations about how RIDF operates now. And it's nothing to do with our local people. It's to do with what's happened to it. It's become streamlined, less money, and far more for the people who are actually quite semi-professional, if I'd say, and therefore you're not in fact it's not in fact encouraging people who are talented, who think they might just throw their hat in the ring and have a go, and we've actually, a lot of those people have become very successful today. And that's how they started. So it's not possible for that to happen now, because everything's streamlined and actually, in fact, dictated to by the amount of money and the guidelines of the state government. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I would have to concur that is exactly what the situation was up until the previous financial year, but the new RADF is completely different. It actually has a huge area where we can support community arts. We got some of our advertising right in the last round, and we, on the back of this decision, coming up to the next round, October, November, we'll be putting it out there, because the new RADF that was established at the beginning of last financial year, of this financial year, actually encourages grassroots arts. And that was one of the biggest issues that we had with RADF historically, and the legacy is people still think that. So I do take on board that there's an education piece to help people, but combine that with our new process, it is so easy to get funded if you've got something good to offer, and we're just making sure we get out to our little groups, because we need to get beyond Greater Toowoomba and we need to encourage those people at grassroots, and that'll be the hardest sell of this, because a lot of people will have the memory of what RADF used to be like, but it is really not like that anymore, and I'm actually looking forward to the future, because I think it's a much more rounded opportunity for our community.
Thank you. So, Councillor Mantyfel.
Madam Chair, if there's no further discussion, I would like to move the motion, if that's possible.
Oh, Councillor Von Hoff. Oh, you're seconding. Okay, thank you. Any more questions, councillors? In the absence, then I will have a mover in Councillor Mantyfel, a seconder in Councillor Von Hoff. Any need for debate? No. All those in favour? Passed. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, thank you. Duly noted. Thank you. Thank you. And that brings to the conclusion the Environment and Community Committee meeting for the 10th of June. Thank you, everyone.
Well, good afternoon, councillors. We'll open the Corporate Services Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council for the month of June. This meeting's open to the public. We'll also be live streamed. So I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via council's social media channels. I'd like to acknowledge the CEO, Colin Jensen, the General Manager of Corporate Services, Anne-Marie Johnson, councillors. And beginning the meeting with an attendance, including apologies, leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. So we have apologies-wise nil advised, so noting a leave of absence for Councillor Gary Gardner, so no resolution required, and also noting a leave of absence for Councillor Bill Carl, with so no resolution is required there as well. We have nil declaration of prescribed conflicts of interest or declaration of declarable conflicts of interest, but should any arise or any are forefront of people's minds at the moment, the opportunity to bring them forward. But otherwise, as always, throughout the meeting, when they do arise, we can bring them up. I'd like to begin the meeting by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands that we do meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Gaiba and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders, past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First People. Councillors, we'll go to item 3, which is our Controlled Entities Quarterly Report as of 31st of March 2025. So I might hand across to Anne-Marie to introduce item 3.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. So this report provides you with the quarterly information regarding one of our controlled entities, the Toowoomba and Sarap Basin Enterprise, and I'm happy to hand over to Anita, the author of this report.
The report provides an update to the 31st of March 2025. A quick summary of the report. The net operating result for the end of the quarter is a surplus of $466,000 compared to a budgeted surplus of $365,000. The full year-to-date budget is for a deficit of $323,000. This appears to be in relation to the timing of grant income and expenditure and can be absorbed by retained earnings of the entity. Grants, subsidies, contributions and donations are below budget, $801,000, due to project funding not yet being received. I'll take the report as read, and are there any questions?
Thanks, Anita. Any questions, councillors, in regards to this item? If there are no questions, there is a question.
Yeah, happy to move.
Happy to move. Yep. Okay, so council, so the motion there is that council note the quarterly report as of 31st of March 2025 for its controlled entity, Toowoomba and Sarap Basin Enterprise Pty Ltd. I have a mover in the Mayor, second in Councillor Deputy Mayor Von Hoff. Anyone wish to go into debate? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thanks, Anita. So, councillors, that takes us to item 4, which is sale of land for overdue rates or charges. And once again, I'll ask Anne-Marie to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair. So this report presents council with the sale of land for overdue rates or charges to be undertaken during the 2025 year. There are currently 47 properties identified as having some or all of the rates or charges overdue for 3 years or more. So the report details the legislative processes to be undertaken in the coming months as we work through that process. So Shane is an apology today, but Andrew's here to answer any questions councillors may have in relation to this report.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Councillors, any questions in regards to this item? Councillor Manteifel.
Anne-Marie, I think you mentioned like some rates are missing. How come it isn't picked up the year before or the year before with some?
They need to be overdue for 3 years. So if it's 2 years and 10 months or 2 years and 11 months, they don't appear in the report.
Clarifies that.
Must be at least 3 years overdue.
Okay, cool. And the number that we've got, it was 40 something?
47.
47, and that was sort of roundabout-ish to what it was last year?
So we find the number quite high when,
Yes, I
as we
know.
start the process, but as we work through the stages, and we've got a terrific team within the rates collection area that will work with each of those 47 ratepayers with various options to address the issue.
Yeah. And that figure, whatever, how many hundreds of thousands is owing, is that into our financial thing is it calculated in there, or is it just put aside and not part of our financial arrangement?
So it is part of our levied rates each year that the rates are levied. And then, so it's recognised as revenue. And in the year that the rates are actually levied, and then we go through the process of collecting it. So we have a team and that's their job, is to go, it's 80% of our operational income, so it's quite significant amount. And we've got a team that work with our ratepayers, providing various options to anyone that may be experiencing, challenging times, so how they can pay those rates.
Thanks, Councillor Mantoffel. Thanks, Emery. Councillors, if there are no further questions in regards to this item, there is a recommendation before us, and I'll read it, is that pursuant to Section 142 of Local Government Regulation 2012, resolve to sell the land properties described in Attachment 1 for overdue rates or charges, and 2, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer its powers to take all further steps under Chapter 4, Part 12, Division 3 of Local Government Regulation 2012 to effect the sale of land, including for avoidance of doubt the power to end sale procedures. So that is the motion, councillors, before you. Do I have someone willing to move that particular motion? Moved by Deputy Mayor Vonhoff, seconded by Councillor Manteifel. Does anybody wish to go into debate? I'll put that motion to the vote. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, team. So, councillors, that concludes the Corporate Services Committee meeting for the month of June. So we might say we'll take a
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Economic Development Committee meeting for the month of June. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all here and acknowledge the First Nations people of our region and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. This meeting is, of course, open to the public and is live streamed, and all councillors that are obviously a section on your resolve to join the meeting, which I'm aware that you all have. Thank you to those who've joined us in the gallery. Your attendance is very well received. Thank you very much. To councillors and to the interim CEO, thank you very much, and to officers who will be presenting here this afternoon. We've got two substantive items this afternoon, councillors. Before we get to those, though, there are no apologies advised. There's a leave of absence from Councillor Gary Gardner and Councillor Bill Carl. With those two items, councillors, is there any declared prescribed conflicts of interest or declarable conflicts of interest? If there are none of those, councillors, we then will move to item number 3, which is the first of the two substantive items. It's the Development Incentive Policies Review, and acknowledge Anthony Holsworth, our Manager for Economic Development, and the fact that David will introduce this. Dave Quinlan, thank you very much, David, as Acting GM for Planning and Development. Thank you, David. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. Certainly our Manager Economic Development has been putting these papers together with the help of staff, and I'll just hand straight to Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I present the report titled Development Incentive Policies Review for Council's consideration. So the purpose of this report is to present 6 revised development incentive policies and 1 new policy, extend 1 existing policy to allow further research to inform future changes, and to rescind 1 policy that has been absorbed into another. And this follows a very comprehensive review of their strategic relevance, their effectiveness and uptake, alignment with council priorities, and quite extensive industry feedback. I'd like to acknowledge Jane and Scott in the Economic Development team for all of their hard work on this over a period of time. By way of background, Council plays a pivotal role in shaping the region's growth and prosperity through targeted development. Development incentive policies are one of the few mechanisms available to local government to reduce the cost burden of infrastructure charges and help enable and incentivise projects that deliver community benefits. A review of the existing incentive policies was initiated as per Council resolution on the 10th of December 2024 to assess the policy's strategic fit, performance and industry feedback. I will take the report as read, but key elements of the report include the adoption of those 6 revised policies and 1 new policy to be effective from 1st of July 2025 to 30 June 2028. Extension of the intensive horticulture policy to 30 December 2025 to allow us to do further research that may include broadening it to include additional intensive agricultural activities. And that was taken from feedback from the CIS earlier on this year. Rescinding 1 of the policies due to amalgamation with another. Introduction of an annual $5 million cap across all of the incentives. And then overarchingly enhanced consistency, early eligibility confirmation and the introduction of targeted promotion, and in some cases the application of our concierge service. Improved uptake potential and strategic alignment with Council's regional economic objectives. So these changes ensure policies better support economic development, housing diversity, tourism, township growth and the CBD revitalisation, aligning with the corporate plan and regional strategy. Consultation was extensive. This report reflects input from extensive external and internal consultation sources, including UDIA, local developers, agents, state agencies, and of course internal departments including infrastructure planning, place and finance. Financially, the total pool of $12.5 million from 2022 to 2025 till now resulted in $4.07 million accessed and $4.4 million identified but not yet formalised. A $5 million annual cap is now proposed. Legally, the incentives must comply with the Planning Act 2016 and related instruments. Policies are designed with safeguards, equity and consistent governance. Strategically, this aligns with the overarching goal, which you'll hear more of in coming weeks, in relation to the economic development strategy, the goal of increasing gross regional product to $20 billion and job growth to 100,000 by 2030. It is recommended that Council adopt the revised incentives policies, 2.32, 2.44, 2.49, 2.50, 2.80, 2.84 and the draft niche tourism policy, and extend policy 2.77, which is the intensive horticulture, to 30th of December 2025, rescind policy 2.81, which is the PBI and community use. It's been absorbed into one of the others, and then, as mentioned, introduce a $5 million annual incentive cap for July 2025 through to 30 June 2028. I welcome any questions or comments from councillors. I'm happy to provide further clarification alongside my colleague Jane.
Thanks very much, Anthony, and welcome, Jane, as well. Thank you very much for your work there. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Through you, thanks, Anthony. My question, I suppose, or would like your feedback around is, obviously the purpose of an incentive or the success of an incentive is if it's taken up. And you mentioned before there that in previous time we've seen 4 out of a possible 12 had been taken up. So largely, obviously, it wasn't taken up. But what gives you confidence now moving forward that we will see further opportunity and further uptake of those incentives, which is obviously, as I said before, that's the idea of having them there, is that they are taken up by community.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We're doing 2 things in relation to this. We've absolutely put a stronger economic development focus to ensure strategic alignment. But alongside that, there is an intent to do targeted promotion. So we've looked at, I don't know, I think it was 19 councils around how they were communicating and promoting their development incentives. Sunshine Coast is probably one of the better examples. They've won international awards for their development incentives. So we will target promotion against the incentives that now will have more strategic relevance.
That's your question, James. Again, thank you. Councillor Duena.
Sorry, if I can also add to that, sorry, Chair. Combined with that, for especially for more strategic projects and examples, we'll apply the concierge service as well to ensure maximum benefit. Sorry.
Thanks. Thank you, Anthony. Councillor Duena and then Councillor Kerry.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was actually along the same lines with the 4.07 million accessed out of the 12.5. Does that 8.43 that hasn't been accessed, some has been identified, but does that go back into, where does that budget go? If it's already been allocated but not spent.
You want me to answer that?
Sure.
It's not money.
Okay.
So incentives are about, in some cases, deferring infrastructure charges or waiving infrastructure charges. So it's money you would not have had.
Oh, that's right.
So it's not funds.
Yeah.
That answer your question, Councillor Kerry?
Just wondering if you, I think you would be necessarily have a not biased but a firm view on the worth of incentives, the nature of the good work that you do for council. But looking at the infrastructure charges and the percentages of them that we miss out on as council, and we're, as you well know, as everyone knows, we're short of money. We do forego a lot of income because of these incentives for business or medium density housing or dwellings or whatever it might be. Has there ever been a move by all of the Queensland councils to say we'll cut them out and therefore not have that, I think you call it the strategic advantage or disadvantage?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I'm not aware of a strategy such as that. I would probably equate that to herding cats, in that there'll be some councils that would hold out on an action like that because they would want to differentiate their council and attract investment. So it's an interesting concept, but I'm not aware of that in practice.
I didn't think it existed, but if we did the sums as to what we miss out on compared with what we gain from it, I suppose we have to do it. Then, well, can you answer this? Are we the same competitive discounts as, for example, Ipswich or our comparative local government?
Yeah, thank you again for the question. What our research showed us was that development incentives are particularly strong lever in councils in South East Queensland. So for us to, for example, if we were to pull back from that, we would probably, in one way of looking at it, be less likely to differentiate and compete against other councils for particular types of investment. Can you just your question again in relation to?
Really, it was how we do compare with, for example, a comparable council like Ipswich.
So we absolutely made very close comparisons to what the more obvious councils were doing and the comparable councils were doing to make sure that we weren't being overly generous or overly, the other way. So just trying to be competitive, I suppose. And really the restructure is around making the incentives actual incentives. Because of the structure of the administrative processes, sometimes these can be a reward for doing something as opposed to actually incentivising and encouraging activity and projects to be brought forward as well.
I may have misunderstood the meaning. I think it's item 11 or 12, medium density dwellings. I'm just wondering why we have an incentive for that when it's just a limited fund and it's basically first in, first serve. One assumes in a financial year the period starts, the fund, the 5 million or whatever. I'm just wondering, how fair that is, bearing in mind the a large amount of building that's going on at the moment that doesn't, for housing purposes, that probably doesn't require too much incentive, I would have thought.
So we've made some adjustments to, I guess, be more strategic around that in relation to CBD development for medium density and whatnot. And Jane, please feel free to jump in here. We certainly had discussions where there were places like Maringandan that probably didn't require incentivising for that respect, and that's factored into the current policies. And we did put more emphasis on trying to incentivise medium density in our townships, that other townships.
Thanks very much, Kerry. Dave, did you want to add anything there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One point I'd make, which I think was touched on by Councillor Shine, was how we compare with other local authorities and are other local authorities working together in some way in relation to charges. I'd say that where there is, I'd imagine certainly at officer level, some level of agreement is that there is a maximum prescribed charge for infrastructure charges, which is controlled by the state government, and that probably hasn't moved in line with inflation in the way that many other costs have, and that is perhaps somewhere where I think local authorities would like to see some movement.
Thanks, David. Any other questions, councillors? Just a question, if I could, Anthony, through to you. Now, this probably might be a question on notice. However, one of the new initiatives or new incentives is around niche tourism, and I applaud you and the organisation for aligning with the strategy Destination 2045 of the state government, particularly around areas that are our unique selling point, which is ecotourism, agritourism, particularly those two, I guess, but also cultural and adventure tourism. One of the areas that was mentioned in the report was areas of, for example, supporting of regional events and annual tournaments was mentioned in there. And I just wondered if you could put some context around what that is or what it meant, and an example perhaps, if you had one.
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair. I guess the initial point to make is that these development incentives are for development-related projects. So there's no conflict with, for example, community grants or sponsorship aspects that link to the support we provide to the likes of the Toowoomba Marathon. So, and we've got provisions within the policies to make sure there's no double dipping with that respect. But an example could be a sporting club that may need to expand, upgrade facilities in order to attract state and national quality events. So this would help incentivise that sort of activity, knowing full well that there's, on the basis, that that expansion, that development will draw more people into the region, visitor economy, and provide an economic benefit. So it's that development activity that's linked to expansion or new facilities. The other, if I could just take the opportunity to mention that niche tourism policy, the intent is not just to roll out that policy and promote the policy. The intent absolutely is to put a body of work around encouraging startups and diversification of existing businesses around all of those forms of niche tourism. So there are examples that we looked at in places like Scenic Rim that have been very, very active in promoting agritourism, for example. And we'll look to those sort of examples to see, apart from providing the development incentive, what else we can do from an industry development point of view as well.
Thanks, Anthony. As I say, it sort of aligns nicely with Destination 2045, and the adventure tourism element is particularly one that, together with the parks, national parks, state parks, that from an attractive piece of utilising our escarpment, they're the sorts of projects I would imagine would be right for the picking, if you like, to come to our region and may well be the incentive to get them to the table. Thanks for clarifying that in regard to what that looks like. And I guess if we consider perhaps lighting of netball fields, that will help attract more visitation to a region or increase participation and bring about regional sports to them. That may be an area where if there's a DA required or if there's infrastructure required, charges, that would be an example of what that might be. So thank you for that. Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Trevor?
Probably to you, Anthony. Under page 12 of 14, financial and resource implications, I notice there's been quite a big uptake in townships. Can you allude to what's been built in townships, and then 2.50 CBD, hardly any uptake? What would be a good incentive for a CBD to get hold of some of this in money to do something in the CBD? Is that a hotel or what would it be?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question, Councillor Trevor. We thought long and hard about the CBD policy. Absolutely, we're looking to incentivise 4 to 5 star hotel development, conference facilities. We've expanded the CBD footprint to some extent as well, based on some of our research and engagement with industry. Medium density gets a focus, I think, from memory with the CBD policy. Conference centres, I think I mentioned, yeah. So this is, the CBD policy is probably a good example where targeted promotion will take place. We've had a couple of conversations with potential hotel development, and incentives have come up in at least one of those conversations, and we've managed expectations because of the nature of where we're at with them. And without doubt, it pricked their attention, and they were very keen to hear that there was attention given to targeting that type of development in the CBD.
Thanks for the CBD update. With townships, there seems to be a fairly big uptake compared to other categories. What has been happening in townships? What has been built to take on those incentives?
2 minutes of that.
My understanding is most of them are sort of being dual occupancy, realignment of lots, smaller expansions to businesses, just small little elements that's been assisting those townships.
Thank you, that's good.
Just from a planning perspective, because these sort of cross over a little bit, David might be able to add a little bit more context to that question. Trevor?
What we've seen, obviously the numbers are there in the last 2 years. My experience in years gone by was that the proportion of that incentive, if you look at the price of a saleable item like a block, it represents a greater percentage. So you can see how it may stimulate that development in the township because it's proportionately more. And I think, I'm reading into the numbers here, but with the increase in the value of land in the larger centres, you can see that they become more attractive, and that incentive drives that development proportionately more, which is indeed the intent of the incentive itself.
Thanks, and it's good that the townships are taking it up, because
it is, and therefore, the promotion of these incentives are a crucial part, Anthony, of this phase as well.
I'll just add in there as well that the township policy will be accompanied by a broader strategy that we'll talk about in a few weeks with regards to the economic development strategy in a CIS on 1st of July. We're in the process, or we'll be in the process of updating each township's growth plan and having discussion with township leaders around what's possible moving into the future. And these, the township policy will form one part of a bigger strategy around revitalising, growing our townships.
Terrific, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If not, sorry, Eddie, question? No?
No, I was...
Happy to move?
Yep.
Thank you. The recommendation is up on the screen. I don't propose to read it, councillors. You could work through that. We've gone through it. So we've got a mover of Councillor Edwina. Second it. Scroll down. There we go. Okay, that's right down to 4. That's the last of it. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor James, and you need to go into debate. If not, put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks very much. Thank you, Anthony. Oh, you're here for the next one. Thank you, Jane. Very much. Our next item, the substantive item, of course, is a confidential Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise review of funding deed and constitution. To get to that point, though, it is proposed that we do close the meeting to the public to review the Toowoomba and Surat Basin funding deed and constitution as a result of sections 254J3C, the local government's budget, and G, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government Regulation 2012. Have someone to move close. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now on live, so welcome, James. Thank you, everyone. This is item number 5, councillors, and the motion is there before you. We'll read this because it's slightly different to what we had before. That Council 1 approve the Chief Executive Officer to finalise the revised funding deed with Toowoomba and Surat Basin Enterprise Pty Ltd is generally in agreement with Attachment 1 for a 12-month term commencing 1 July 2025 in the amount of $646,950, excluding of GST, on the basis that a review is concluded before the end of the 2025 calendar year to A, ascertain the relevancy of the control entity model, and B, ensure an adequate return on investment is being achieved. 2, delegates responsibility to the Chief Executive Officer to finalise and approve the key performance indicators for the 12-month period from 1 July 2025. Those key performance indicators should be generally in accordance with the attached funding deed in Attachment 1 and be finalised before half of the approved funding is paid and aligned to the strategic requirements to A, grow the number of businesses in the Toowoomba region, B, grow employment in the Toowoomba region, and C, grow Toowoomba region's gross regional product. That's the motion. I have a mover. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Interim CEO. Appreciate that. That concludes today's committee meeting, and we'll go offline. So thank you very much, Deanne, for your efforts as well. Thank you, everyone.